Hey, sorry I'm late. Give me just a couple minutes. I just gotta finish setting things up. You know, we might not use the green screen today just for the sake of quickness, efficiency. I really like it though. Should I use the green screen? You know what? Yes. All right, so just give me a few minutes. If you're here randomly, then just stick around, and we will get to the game shortly. We're playing Slay the Spire 2, if you didn't notice. Should be fun. My dog just had a really hilarious sounding laugh. Hey, Marvin. As I said to the rest of the viewers, Marvin, I'm just going to address you directly. As I discussed with the other viewers, I don't know how many of them are still here, but got to put up my green screen, and then we'll get to doing's the thing. That was not proper English, but you know what? Sometimes you don't have to care about that kind of stuff. All right, give me a couple minutes. I also have to finish my food. Oh, we started late today. Oh my gosh. Hope everyone's doing well. How are you guys feeling today? Tell me! God damn it, tell me! Sorry, I gotta get this tripod set up too. There's a lot of setup involved. And the whole reason behind why we are so far behind today is because I had to wait around for a god-dang package. It was supposed to arrive around 10 o'clock. And I was like, perfect, that's around the time I'm supposed to stream. It is now 12. Thanks a lot, package deliverers. Good, Marvin, good to hear. Glad you're feeling good, feeling great. And if you remember the song, how are you? Feeling good, feeling great, how are you? You remember that? I remember that song. Maybe I'm old. I am old. Alright, yeah, just give me a second. I just finished my nut bar. I just finished putting the tripod up. We are rolling. I also have to actually turn on the app. I hate, like, some days it feels like you're trying to move as fast and efficiently as possible, and it's just like the universe just wants to throw every single hurdle in your way that it can, and like, fudge, man, that is like very oh, sorry ASMR, sorry headphone users, but it's just very, like, I don't know, it's very frustrating. It's a frustrating feeling because you don't have any power over it. It's not like you can just control the universe, you know. I guess if you believe in the power of prayer and are Christian, then you believe that your prayer has an effect, but I am not Christian, nor do I believe in prayer. So it's kind of one of those things, if you will. I don't know if yelling is helping you hear me, but I'm a little far from the computer at the moment. This will only take me a couple of minutes. I'm gonna regret not doing this green screen the right way because I had to punch holes in it, and I was getting to the point where it was either shit or get off the pot. Like I had the fasteners up, I had the whole like things to stabilize it. I have all the lighting. I was just dragging my feet on, punching holes in this thing. So I just kind of did it lazily, which is a shame. I don't even know if you guys can hear me right now. Oh God. Oh, come on. Here up. All right. Now I just have to put the bottom of the green screen down so that it doesn't destroy any of my wife's stuff. Hiya. All right, almost there. Let me know if you can hear me, because I would be really interested to see how good quality my mic is. Despite the, whatever the music is, what is it? Embracing the End. Well, that's depressing. But that's what it's called. All right, you should be able to hear me perfectly now. What's up, guys? All three of you. Hello. All right, just making sure this thing has as little wrinkles as possible in it. Very important. And so much stuff has fallen down here. All from this stupid green screen. All right. Beauty! All right, here we go. Here we go. Hello, Poppet. Where are we looking? We're looking right here. And there we go. Well, well, well. What's up? What's up, yo? Trying to click on this. There we go. We don't need the browser source right now. How y'all doing? How you feeling? I'm sure you can hear from my voice that I'm still losing it, which is always so super fun to still be a thing. But you know what? Could be worse, right? Things could always be worse. But it's not like we're going to be doing anything super strenuous today. We're really just going to be playing Slay the Spire 2, honestly. On the vertical feed, if you notice the title, I did put, what is it, Woke Atheist AMA. Just hoping to get some bites. You know, I could, at the end of the stream, just claim that it was all clickbait. But I'm hoping it'll bring some people in here. I'm hoping it'll bring in some contrarians. I think maybe it's too passive. I think you need to put something more like, Christianity needs to be stopped, or MAGA needs to be stopped, you know. But that's just me. You know, that's just the thing that I believe. I'm actually going to bring this down a little bit more. Like, I wish that there were spots at the halfway point up the tripod, but there are not. If you haven't said hi yet, feel free. Welcome, welcome. Happy to have anyone and everyone here. Yeah, that should be fine. I think that's fine. We'll roll with that. So now will be the first time that I actually hear the music that we're playing. I hope it's not bad. Okay, it's kind of boring. I wish that there was more bossa nova, like jazz stuff, than just this. Oh, vintage bossa nova. No, this isn't. It ain't copyright free. Because it's on the, what's it called? Spotify. So probably not going to work out for me. Although this one, nope. Cozy Jazz Lounge. I'll type in jaunty music. You know, like, what is jaunty, right? Like, what kind of things are jaunty? You know? I don't think jaunty's going to be it. Maybe jazzy. 2 hours smooth jazz. What do we got? Yeah, that's good. That works. Hope that makes you feel even better, Martin. If you're still even here. If that is your real name. All right, so if any of you have any questions for a woke atheist, let me know. We're open. We're ready to go. Who do you need answers from the most? Woke. Hey, Helmet, how's it going? Or liberal. Or no, sorry, atheist. Two of the same thing. You can't blame me, I'm tired. Alright. I did not sleep very well yesterday. I slept maybe 2 hours. And you know, I wouldn't recommend it. Damn, they're already going hard on the piccolo sax. Is that piccolo sax? Does that look good? I think that looks good. I think it looks okay. You can't get Saint Anthony of Bourdain in the picture, but I think that looks good. We got to flip it though. Nope, not that one. Flip vertical. Though it might be interesting to stream like that. I wouldn't recommend watching a stream with an upside down. That doesn't look good. I don't like that. I don't like that orientation. Much better. Sorry, just getting it adjusted. Just making sure. I really want this thing to, you know, to at least be somewhat consistent. where is this going to look better, you know? Hi, everyone who just joined. By the way, just to let you guys know, because I keep forgetting to do intros to my live streams. Hi, I'm Goose. Hello. Nice to meet you. I hope we can be friends. Even if we can't, I hope that we can at least have fun engaging in this community together. I know I keep moving the I'm so sorry. Hello, hi. This is all part of the process. Don't cyberbully me. Don't touch me. Don't be mad at me. Don't bully me. Don't do it. Oh, I gotta move this. Okay. We're good. We did it. We did it. Sorry, I'm gonna be trying new things out. Like I'm so neurotic when it comes to this kind of stuff. Like I really want it to like look at least decent. So that's why, I mean, if you notice that I seem very particular about how things look, that is why. Alright, so we'll put that there. Put that, I guess, there. Alright, well, if you've got any questions for a wokey leftist or atheist, I guess both are true, but if you've got any questions, if you don't know who St. Anthony of Bourdain is, then you must have been living under a rock the last 30 years. I had to pick up my day early from high school. Daughter, there was an electrical fire and they lost power and phones. Damn. That doesn't sound fun. That sounds like very little fun, in fact. Sounds like the least fun that one could have on a school day. In fact. All right, I just need to make one last change to this. Atheist AMA. There we go. I guess I could just spell it out here. I'll put this here and below everything. Ah, no. There we go. All right, cool. All right, so I'm a woke atheist. If you've got any questions for me, I'm happy to answer them. I'm glad they called the fire department. I just didn't try to pray for the and didn't just try to pray the fire out. Yeah, I agree. That I don't think that would have had as much of an effect, if any. Have you been following the news about the synagogue attack? What? I have not. I am like so burnt out from the news cycle right now. I've been staying very far away from it. At least the international news over Iran and sensationalization and things. It's been a trip so far. It's been an interesting journey. But yeah, I mean, if you want to inform me, feel free. And if you're just joining, don't swipe away yet. Not until you've had a chance to AMA. If there's anything you've always been wondering about us crazy, wokey, leftist, God haters, then feel free to ask. I am a fairly open book. And I'm happy to have, open discussions about this kind of stuff. So, there you go. So, I mean, obviously, I've already played this quite a bit. It came out yesterday, I think. Tuesday. When was Tuesday? Day before yesterday. Today's Thursday. Yes. Came out Tuesday. As games are wont to do. And it's been pretty cool so far. I have thoroughly enjoyed it. Come on. It reminds me a lot of, obviously, the first one. Ah, come on. What is happening here? It doesn't want me to change the canvas here. Nope. Nope. Oh, okay, that's why, because I wasn't picking the right thing. Oh. Oh. Should be Slay the Spire. Oh, maybe if I go back into the game. No. Settings, graphics, full screen. Nope. What do you want? You already got food. You got 2 friggin' meals already. Are you actually serious right now? You must be shrooming. I keep typing, but YouTube keeps dropping messages. What? It's got to be some kind of autofilter, because I'm not doing anything on my end that should be affecting, well, anything. Whoa, why is that so big? Oh, that's why, because the window capture is definitely not working. Alright, well, fine. We'll use primary display then. Fine then! I'm getting real hyped off this music. Feeling real smooth. Feeling real smooth. Right? Alright, well, I mean, I think we're ready to go here. Again, I know I keep harping on it, but if you want to ask a woke atheist something, then please feel free. I know that it definitely sounds like clickbait, because it is. Just trying to get y'all to join. I just want all your pretty faces in here, even if I can't see them. You know, I want all you people who are randomly scrolling to stop and stare for a while. You know? Maybe hit that like button. Maybe hit that subscribe button. Maybe ask a question. You know? I don't know. But yeah, I mean, if you got any questions for wokies, if you got any questions for anyone who just declares that they don't believe in God, then I'm happy to have that. Jermaine Event, what's up? Hope everything's going well with you. And I think I am going to move the mic over to where it was last couple of days. Normally I'd be like, let's totally just keep riding the wave of, for some reason, the crazy amount of engagement I was getting while I was doing the, you know, oh, what's worse streams. But I think that's died down a bit. The way that I think it works is YouTube, when you enter your title and you save and then you publish, even if it's a live stream, it goes through like a review process, like an internal review process that sees how viral it's going to be. And they test it in front of like, you know, different potential audiences. And if they engage with it, like if they stay for a while, or if they click like, or if they subscribe or whatever, then that basically tells YouTube that, okay, this video is worth watching, and then it gets shown to more people. So I don't know if it was the controversial nature of the title, what More Evil, Christianity or the Left, but that was the one that has had the most views of any live stream I've ever done before, and that was like 3K views, that's crazy. I don't get 3K views on even my shorts. Crazy. The problem, though, is that the watch time was really low. The watch time was like 23 seconds. So that's where it kind of kills me in the algorithm, is that people are swiping in, but they're not hanging out. And I owe that to just the nature of attention spans these days. And I'm not exactly a very quick talker. I'm not like a Ben Shapiro type. I like to linger on my words a little bit. I like to be a little more chill, I like to just kind of hang out, shoot the shit. And that's not really conducive to that viral quality. People are like, hey, how's it going? Hey, did you know? Hey, here's 10 different things that you could use to improve your finances today. And it's just like very salesmanship, and I'm not really into that. It's kind of like this hill that I like have chosen to die on, where it's like, if I make good enough content, people will watch. And I think that's a bit of a double-edged sword, because sure, if we're looking at things in a vacuum, then yeah, absolutely. But if you talk about any like sort of real world or current event issues, YouTube like doesn't really like those unless it's like getting a lot of negative engagement, right? So like it'll hide you. That's why people always like censor themselves unnecessarily. Like they cover up for the word murder. They bleep out the word murder. Any mention of any kind of physical violence whatsoever, they will bleep out or they'll edit out entirely. And I think it's more in a anticipatory fashion, like thinking, well, if we say this, it's going to get demonetized or something. Not always the case, to be quite honest. I think, as I say so quippishly to people, in subreddits and stuff who are like, or comments, I guess, on YouTube videos, they'll usually, they'll have some unnecessary bleeping, and then I'll go to their comments and I'll be like, that you're allowed to say fuck on the internet, right? There's a lot worse stuff on there. And for the most part, that's true. Even in your videos, you can say fuck. I can say fuck 31 minutes into the stream. I could potentially even, on Twitch, I could, smoke cannabis on the stream, and it would be fine. Can't do that on YouTube, but I could do that on Twitch. I mean, I don't know. I feel like it's an exercise in futility. There is no magic trick to making YouTube seen more. It just kind of has to be like through random chance, basically. And I'm okay with that. It's been like, what, 10 years at this point? 11. It's been like 12 years at this point that I've been just scattered around YouTube making some random content. So if I didn't get big then, or if I didn't get big in between then and now, then it's highly unlikely that I'm gonna get big. So I'm totally fine with that. But it's the vertical feed just like throws me for a loop, because it's like you'll get one viewer, and then you'll get like fucking crazy. Oh yeah, absolutely, Helmet. I saw it this time. I'm not sure why YouTube, maybe if you like try, in the future, if you try like closing the program and then opening it again, if it's on your phone, that could be it. Or reloading the page if it's on PC. I'm not sure. I don't know how to diagnose that kind of stuff. Well, while I'm building this bowl, what we can do, instead of playing the game, because that requires my attention, but I've got to build a series of bowls so that I can just not have to do that while I'm talking or playing the game. What we can do is we can just kind of look at TikTok real quick and see if there's any questions for woke atheists. Or actually, we'll go to YouTube today. We went TikTok yesterday, so we'll go to YouTube today. So Walter Masterson, one of my favorite YouTube people. Definitely not Alex O'Connor. He's kind of on our side on this matter. I've tried going down the shorts route, but it keeps getting, like, the videos keep getting snagged, I think because I'm using ad block or something.
So I wanted to challenge atheists with this one question that is impossible to answer. So atheists and agnostics, they...
I'm going to guess it's not impossible, but I'm pretty sure I've reacted to this before. I'm going to just go out on a limb and say that I think I've reacted to this.
Claim to know a lot of things in terms of history, science, ethics, philosophy, but alleged knowledge...
I don't claim to know a lot of things. I claim that there's a lot of shit that I don't know and that I would like to learn, including things about, like, the Bible and just religion in general, you know? I think it's important to be inquisitive, and I think the best way to determine whether or not something is real and tangible is to test it. And so if we're, you know, I don't know. I feel like if we look at the evidence, because I again, the point that he's making is that y'all think that you know a bunch about this or that. Well, no, what I'm doing is I'm looking at what's presented to me. And, like, whenever a theist talks to me about their God, they're attempting to present evidence. Like, even if it's in bad faith, or even if I know that it's not going to be good evidence, they themselves probably believe that it's going to be good evidence, so I'm still going to listen to it because I want to learn about these things. I'm pretty sure that's the whole point of being inquisitive, you know? Wanting to learn more about how the universe works, you know? But it has to stop there. You know what I mean? Like, you can't just start waxing on and on about philosophy because, spoiler alert, you can use philosophy to pretty much prove anything you want. Like, I could probably demonstrate this. Oh, I don't want to. I could probably demonstrate this. Give me a sec. Oh! To get my art pad. Come on. Okay. Jesus, it didn't want to come out. All right, so where we start is, you can't see this. Give me a second, and I will show you. All right. Here we go. This is how it starts, okay? You can't read it, but it says, "Are you a Nazi?" And then we draw the next part of the flowchart, and it says either yes or no. See? Okay, so we got those little pieces of our flowchart. And if I say no, but I still want to try to convince you that you're a Nazi, I can do that through philosophy. I could say, are you Christian? Or, are you anti-immigration? You don't really need to see the text on here in order for me to make my point, just letting you know. Right? So I've got two branches on the tree here. So either one of these, Goose, don't convert people to Nazis. I'm not trying to. I'm saying that you can convince somebody, or you not convince, you can prove that somebody's a Nazi through philosophy. Hey man, just subscribe to chat with you. What are you going over? Well, right now I'm talking about how useless philosophy is in order to prove anything. That's the current flavor. We're really just doing this while I am getting things ready to play this game that I just bought called Slay the Spire 2. But for now, we're doing an AMA. If you have anything that you'd like to know of a woke atheist, please feel free to ask. I am mostly an open book. I mean, obviously not personal details, but I'm an open book in terms of my opinions on things. And gosh darn it, that's sometimes enough. It's not always enough, but sometimes. But right now we're proving that we can prove that anybody's a Nazi just by using philosophy. Okay, so I've started a flowchart. It's, are you a Nazi? If I answer no, the branches here are you anti-immigration? Are you Christian? And if I've answered yes, then you just go all the way to the end. That's not really a spoiler. You're just saying that you are. Are you Christian? Yes. No. And if you say yes, if it's no, then you would still want to ask. So, I mean, if you're Christian, anti-immigration, great game. Okay, cool. I'll see where your flowchart goes and ask you something after. Because you're going to try and use philosophy to prove God. And you want to see if I'm able to appropriately address that. Good, because that's what we're doing. Are you Christian? Yes. Do you follow the Old Testament? Or do you believe in the laws of the Old Testament? Right? And if you're not Christian, then not sure yet. I want to see what you're building. I'm building a fiction. Are you Christian? No. Do you believe in the laws of the OT? And then, no. Yes. Are you Christian? No. Sorry, I'm these are like a bunch of different options that I'm having to consider right now. Let's just say, we'll go back to the beginning. Are you anti-immigration? And then, no. I really shouldn't be doing this by hand. This is so stupid. This is going to be so tedious. You know what? I've done it. I'm committing to it. And it's going to look messy too, but I don't give a shit. I've committed to this. Are you anti-immigration? Either yes or no. Yes. Then I would ask, if you answer yes to are you anti-immigration, then I say based on country of origin. And then if it's no, then I guess we can go down a lot of different trees when you try to give like specifics, like based on country of origin, based on skin color, based on ethnic group, based on economic group. It's kind of all sort of the same if we're introducing a general other. So we could just say based on like general otherism there, I guess. It's right here. Based on country of origin. And if the answer is yes to that, then you're probably a Nazi. If the answer is no to that, if there's no part of any person that makes you anti-immigration, if it's just, I don't really know what other reasons there could be. If you want to provide me with some other reasons why somebody could be anti-immigration, then feel free. But the other one that I can think of is, which is why we say, are you Christian? Yes. Do you believe in the laws of the OT? Yes. And then, America is a Christian nation. So now we go into the right-leaning talking points. And I think a lot of Christians would probably say yes, but let's put both options there anyway. Because if you said yes to supporting the laws of the Old Testament, right, then you're probably pretty Christian nationalistic in nature. Because the OT, if you follow the laws of the OT, it means you're taking slaves. It means that you're invading and conquering the lands around you. And it means that you are, engaging in physical abuse of slaves. You treat women as property. Innocent women are stoned to death if they don't bleed the first time that they make love, which is fucking gross. They're not actually women because they're children. They're married off anywhere from 10 to 12. Pretty gross. If you believe America is a Christian nation, by nature, that makes you a Nazi. I know that sounds hyperbolic. But if all the other stuff is true, then you're very clearly displaying red flags. Describing Israel in the modern day, yeah, well, sometimes you live long enough to see yourself become the villain. And again, that's not hyperbole. They are engaging in ethnic cleansing. So that's kind of shitty. And then if you say no, then I would accuse you of, being at odds with about half. And then we have to get into nuance. Let's make that way more concise. So, are you not? Yes, you're admitting. No. Are you anti-immigration? Yes, based on any identifying factor. If the answer is no, then there's going to be some other thing. I would argue that Islam treats neighbors. See, there's always whataboutism, man. Did I ever mention Islam? No? Then maybe it's not a topic of discussion. I don't speak on it because I don't know much about Islam. So let's not what about for no reason, okay? Are you anti-immigration? Yes. Based on country of origin. So this is basically, this would be a trap here. Like, this is introducing an otherism effect. So if you said yes to any of these, that just labels you as a Nazi. Are you Christian? No. And then I would throw this to are you anti-immigration if you said no. And then based on any of these things, if the answer is no on the otherism, I would say, are you Christian? Do you believe in the laws of the OT? And if you say no, I'd have to ask if you read the Bible. You said AMA, my bad, not a what about if I'm asking you to extend your logic to that. Well, no. It's a what about when you're saying, well, but what about Islam? When we're specifically talking about Christianity. I'm okay answering whatever questions you have, but again, this is really just deflection. I would argue that Islam, and we're not even having a debate, man. There's no need to deflect anything. You can accept that Christianity has done some horrible things. I would agree that Islam treats neighbors in a similar way through history. So millions of people are all guilty of the same thing? Do you think maybe you might be racist? Would you extend that Christian nationalism to encapsulate that, or would you call those behaviors Islamic nationalism? If they are nationalist and extremist, then I would put them in the same boat as Christian nationalists. Very simply. But again, we're talking about one specific religion. And instead of engaging with that, you were like, but what about Islam? I'm sure that Islam teaches terrible things too, but that's irrelevant to the topic. So let's stay on topic, okay? So looking at this chart, I know it's reversed. I know it looks shitty. I know. I'm sorry. But so looking at this chart, it's pretty easy to see that through whatever chain of logic you decide is what you want to, how you want to conduct yourself, like meaning how you want to conduct the conversation, how you want the conversation to go, you can pretty much steer anyone toward any conclusion simply by asking enough yes or no questions. That's how, like, gotcha debaters do it. Like Debate Bros. No worries, it's an entailment of the argument. Right. Again, we're not having a debate, so you don't have to try and justify the fallacy you're engaging in, because I don't give a shit. I'm just going to call you out anyway. What about? Address Christianity, address the monstrosities from the Bible, and then I'll engage with you on whatever you want to talk about. But you have to talk about my topic first. That's how this works. So you're not just asking questions, which is, again, a very common argument from your side. I'm just asking questions. I'm just trying to figure out what you believe, man. No, you're not. My guess is that if you have show in your username, then you're probably also a creator. And if you're a creator, and you're on the right side of the aisle, or if you are in a Christian community, then it's a very high chance that you might be a grifter. Though there are good Christians. Okay, you said slavery and what else? Well, I mean, ethnic cleansing, genocide, child brides, stoning innocent women to death because they didn't bleed their first time with their new husbands, treating women and slaves like property, outlining how you should beat your slave. All commanded by God, all God's rules. We could all just talk about my topic. All you ever talk about is WoW, Skippy. I don't know how to have a conversation about WoW. It's been so long. Y'all think that atheists are stupid? Like, I don't get it. Like, do you honestly think that we're all trying to come up with new arguments to the same arguments you guys come up with based on the one book that you have as a source? That would be really myopic if you think that. If you think that. Period. Not that. ... If you think that, period. One period, not three. Start playing again, I'll pay for 1 month. No! I'm never going to play WoW again. I got burned too many times. Islam isn't it. Why again with the whatabouting? You know? You could address the topic that I'm talking about instead of bringing in your own and saying, well, what about these guys? I don't know Islam. I'm not researched on Islam.
Knowledge of all of those things depends upon justified sense perception. So,
God damn, fucking nuance again. Jesus fucking Christ. All right. If you've never been to the stream before, I'm gonna disappear. Whoop! Hey, I swear I'm still here. I promise. It's like peekaboo. I am simply engaging in medicating myself, which is not... just for the Reddit, just for the YouTube TOS, I'm going to mention that I would never support or encourage the use of Schedule 1 substances. But I do have my medication, and I'm going to engage in that right now. Which subject? Hang on. Brian, let's talk about, slavery. Why not? God encourages slavery. Do you agree or disagree? All right, I'm gonna hit this. If you got 'em, smoke 'em. That was the reverse of what I was actually supposed to say. But you get it. Cheers. Give me 1 second. I'll be right back. I'm going to let this play. We're going to start it from the beginning, and then I'm going to let it play.
So I wanted to challenge atheists with this one question that is impossible to answer. So atheists and agnostics, they claim to know a lot of things in terms of history, science, ethics, philosophy. But alleged knowledge of all of those things depends upon justified sense perception. So, the one question that no atheist can answer is this. Without assuming the general reliability of your cognitive faculties, how do you know that your cognitive faculties are generally reliable? Smith here with Aletheia Ministries. So, I wanted to challenge atheists.
Well, I feel like this is kind of one of those unself-aware things, a very unself-aware. And you would argue there's a justifiable scenario for slavery? All right, if you fail to justify it to my satisfaction, you're just going to get banned from the channel. So feel free to proceed. I don't know why you would ever simply just fucking say that out loud. Zero type of slavery is good, ever. Owning people as property, 0% chance that that is ever good in any situation. Do you think the killing of the Amalekites was okay? Even the babies? I imagine that someone who's going to try to justify slavery, you'd also probably try to justify child murder, grape. You know, do you remember what, I think it was David, do you remember what he did with his father's concubines on the top of the temple? Do you remember that? Do you remember they were all property, right? But please, feel free to try and justify slavery. I mean, it will result in the ban. I'm going to tell you there's a 100% chance that you will get banned because you could never justify slavery. I'm just letting you know now. I'm all for open discussion, but we are not going to allow for just simply evil things. Especially not on the background of this smooth-ass jazz. Come on, don't rain on the jazzy parade, okay? Oh, a hypothetical? Oh, okay, well, it's weird that we live in the real world and that wouldn't apply, so I don't know. I'm going to say that you will never be able to mention a deed so terrible that a person could commit that it would mean that their children have to die and they become slaves. I would just never approve of it. Like, that's just never something I will ever back, ever. No slavery, no genocide, ever. No good situation. Even if they're sacrificing babies themselves, even if they're engaging in pedophilia, anything, like, it does not excuse doing worse to them or doing as bad to them simply because they are doing bad. That's kind of a childish thing to do, you know.
With this one question that is impossible to answer. So atheists and agnostics, they.
So it's not impossible to answer. Oh, sorry. Let me turn the cams on again. Shabow. Yeah, sorry, Brian. I don't know why the automod on YouTube strikes down so many messages before they even get sent to me. If I saw them and I knew that they weren't against the TOS, I would try to show them, but it doesn't even show on my thing. Like, I have the community moderation activity thing on, and it doesn't say that it's redacting anything. So I don't know. Unfortunately, I don't know how to fix that. I guess to try to word things differently. This has happened before when someone tried to talk to me about, like, Pokemon, I think. I forget what it was, but yeah, I don't know what's happening. I wish I could make it stop. I also keep changing the latency so that I have as little of a delay as possible so that I'm not, like, talking to you guys a minute after you send your messages. But it never takes. It never, like, does what I want it to do. It's very frustrating. All right, well, let's finish this now. Some ant species raid other ant colonies and steal pupa or larvae. When those ants mature, they work for the captor colony. Yeah, you're talking about crazy ants? This is called doulosis, but sometimes called slave making. S word. Oh, slave? Yeah, just say forced workers? Yeah, I don't know. Just use a different word then. Perhaps. That's got to be the YouTube-wide automod thing. I don't even know if that's a thing. I'm just assuming. So, take my words with a grain of salt. Cynical, are you trying to point to a justifiable... Is this a nature-based method of slavery? I think it's crazy ants or leaf cutters. It's one of the cooler species of ants. or why it's unnatural. You could also argue that animals kept under total ownership of humans in the extension is an extension of the slave concept too. Including pets, including domesticated animals, because dogs. I mean, that came from mutualism, right? I'm pretty sure.
The things.
Oh, animal husbandry. I get you. Like breeding animals. God fucking shitbox. Puggus Wuggus, thank you for following. That scared the shit out of me, but I appreciate it. I'm not saying that slavery is okay. I didn't read any further beyond, but I'm gonna assume that you're gonna try to justify slavery in the next part of the sentence. But in biblical times, it was a lot more different, right? But an omniscient, all-powerful, all-seeing, all-good God that transcends the laws of time and reality and space could have just, made it not happen. Instead, he ordered you to do it, and then he said how you should beat them to make sure that he's still happy. He could have just not done it. He could have just been like, you know what? Maybe don't own other people. In all the laws that he laid out for the escaped themselves slaves. In all the laws in Deuteronomy and Leviticus and, I feel like, including the Ten Commandments, I feel like he could have at least put one of those things as thou shalt not be a PDF file. Thou shalt not own people. Thou shalt not be me ordering the murder of babies and ordering the death of young women who don't bleed their first time. He could have just said none of that. He could have just said not to don't do any of that stuff. Don't loop me in with the justify slavery people, but you were talking about ant slavery. I'm just saying I think slavery was once a moral blind spot for parts of society. Yeah, that's that, and I think that goes to kind of show that morality is subjective over time. If there's a scenario where capturing people defensively or offensively, why do you have to capture people offensively? Why are you going to conquer another nation? Reformation is not possible as a quick option. Forced work would be better than deleting. What do you mean Reformation is not possible? If they are, let's say if they are attacking your nation, because you shouldn't just walk into another person's nation and try to conquer it. But if they're attacking your nation and you're defending and you take captives, why can't you just hold them? Like, just in cells, like how prisons have existed since the beginning of time. Like, why not just, shackle them? You don't have to force them to work for you. You can't convert them into being peaceful. I mean, you just don't know how people work. If you think that. How many mass murderers have sat on death row and not had an incident for the entire time they've been in there? Most of them. Like, that doesn't mean that they're necessarily peaceful, but it certainly is a change in behavior from what we've imagined them to be. I mean, even, I guess, a better example would probably be like, how is that better? Because if you remove someone from the... Well, exploiting people, first of all, is just not okay. If you're talking about slavery, like making prisoners work. If they have no rights, and then you force them to work for not even a fair amount of money, that is, by nature, slavery. Because you essentially own them. And you're saying either you work or you don't get benefits or you don't get whatever. Like private prisons, they can kind of make whatever policy they want. But to your point about can't convert them into being peaceful, given a long enough timeline, people can be reformed. You just have to have the patience and the resources to make that happen. It would be a better argument to say that, well, back then we didn't have the space and we didn't have the resources civically to take care of all these prisoners while they were being reformed. That would have been a better argument. Because I could say, yeah, I get that funding, I mean, however much infrastructure was fleshed out back then, can be an issue. Absolutely. I understand that. Then just hold them. And if you don't have the space, make space. The world's big. You got a lot of space. You can just make more cabinets to store people in, I guess, if you insist on imprisoning them. But you do not have to force them to work. It seems like a pretty easy choice. Should I force these people to work when they already have no rights, just because I have a problem with them, and therefore devalue their humanity? Or should I hold them and see how or if we can reform them? Maybe offer them the choice to work for fair pay. How about, why not? That would be a novel idea. Give people in prison who are learning a trade and then doing that trade the amount of money you would get doing that trade. Crazy. You could probably even hold it for them until they got out, put it in commissary or something. And that would still be fair pay for fair labor. Crazy. Weird. Cuckoo. So then just forced incarceration instead of forced labor. Yes. Your version of better is just no labor. No forced labor. Right. No forced labor, because then you're exploiting them as human beings. You've already got them in prison. They're already being punished. And you think it's okay to say, well, now I get to whip you all day and force you to build whatever buildings I wish or do whatever tasks I wish because you have so little value as a human being that it doesn't matter because you're terrible. That makes you the monster for believing that. That's exploitation. That is the very essence of exploitation. You're taking somebody who is disadvantaged, who is has no other rights, and then you're forcing them to work. For Rome, during the Second Punic Wars and stuff, one of the reasons they took slaves of the armies they won battles against was a defense thing. The choice was to kill the people or move them away. So they can't attack you, I assume. Basically, if they let them go, they'd just be in the next battle. Yeah, it's the Saving Private Ryan scene where they let that German guy go and then he kills one of the guys on the team. Same sort of thing. Brian, I've read the same Bible you have. So could it be the Bible's wrong? Because my information of this comes from the Bible about God ordering slavery and stuff. And if you say it's a poor understanding of history, you're forgetting that God is omnipotent and that he has the power to do anything he wants. So why wouldn't he just... Because that's needless suffering, right? All right, man, I appreciate it. Good luck, brother. Yeah, they always run away, don't they? Because there's only a few arguments that you guys can do. And then it's just always just comes back down to the Bible. I don't know. I wish you guys would come up with something fresh. Evidence would be great. Evidence of God's existence, we can start there. And then I'd be happy to discuss other nuanced topics about the big G-Man. Well, that's Godzilla. I think G-Man is Godzilla. Nobody would disagree with me on that. If you did, you'd be crazy. All right? I'd recommend that you don't try to disagree with that. Nobody's going to disagree that the G-Man is Godzilla, okay? I'm sorry to get heated up about it, but I feel like somebody's going to try to disagree. And it's already firing me up. No, it's just Godzilla. You can't worship. You can't usurp. You can't usurp it. There's only one big G-Man. Why are you guys doing this to me? You're hurting my feelings. Let's hear the impossible question. Hang on.
In terms of history, science, ethics, philosophy, but alleged knowledge of all of those things depends.
Alleged knowledge. I love how you, like, before you guys say things, Christians, you always have to preface it with, like, some jab. Alleged knowledge. Alleged.
Upon justified sense perception.
What you see, what you can interact with, you can substantiate in your brain, is what he's trying to say.
So,
he's saying it fine, but I'm just, well, no, Skippy, he already said when you were in here, I think a different day, he said that he only plays Turtle WoW. Which, is that still happening? Like, is that still a thing? But Skippy, if you're not aware, it's like a modded WoW. And it's pretty cool. Pretty cool. I'm not going to get into another WoW thing, as I've said to you many times, Skippy. But it looks cool. I think you can do cross-class skills. It's like a true, like, freeform RPG as opposed to, from my understanding, Cynical, feel free to flesh it out for me, but because I've never played it. I just have seen the website and I was like, that looks super cool, and so I actually, like, read the blurbs about it.
The one question that no atheist can answer is this. Without assuming the general reliability of your cognitive faculties, how do you know that your cognitive faculties are generally reliable?
So if you aren't sure that you can perceive reality, how do you know it's real? The Matrix question, the steak Diane question. It's not Steak Diane, I just like to say Steak Diane. Steak Diane. Rogan Josh. Floating Island? No, that doesn't work. Usually has someone's name in it. Pecan Sandy. So yeah, we can't, but you can't either. Does that make sense? Like, we don't have an answer for whether or not we can perceive reality, because consciousness is this thing that we haven't figured out yet. Perception is this thing, a perception of reality is this thing that is theorized and debated over. But the whole fucking thing is that you guys don't know either. If we don't know, you don't know. So if I can't tell if reality is true, you can't just say, oh, would I have faith? Checkmate atheist. Come on. Come on now. You know? If you're just joining, hi, I'm Goose. This man has a beard. That's not a judgment or anything. That's just an observation. He has a beard. I would love to be able to grow a beard, but this doesn't grow in for me. So the most I'm ever going to have is a Tony Stark. And even then, I have some of those Pacific Islander genes in my hair follicles. And so my hair is just thick and wiry. Wirely? Like, if you look, my hair does not, it never wants to cooperate. Like, you see, it's just not, it goes up and then it goes right back down to where it was. It is not a cooperative, what would you call that? It is not a cooperative genetic makeup. It does not like to cooperate. It's not very fair. It's not very fine. Yeah, but that man has, like, millions and millions of dollars to spend on a haircut if he wishes. So he's got resources. All right? You can't tell me he's not treating it with something. He probably uses mane and tail, I can tell you that much. God, what a hunk of a man. I wish I had the patience for working out like some bodybuilders do. I don't know that I would want to be, like, big and bulky and ripped. But I would love to have abs, or like those plum gutters. I don't know what else to call those. Pelvic muscles. You catch my drift. That'd be cool. if there's just a pill you could take that would make that happen, I'd be right there. I'm right there with you. So yeah, the answer to this, his question, I don't know if he decided to word it that way because he thought it sounded more smart, more smarter. But it didn't work. He's basically asking, how do you know if you don't just assume that reality is real, how do you know? I mean, that's not a specifically atheist question. That's more of a existentialist, physics sort of question. Like that's it crosses many boundaries. I'm not a Hulk, but working out is good for my mental health. It is therapy for some people. Releases cortisol, right? I mean, you kind of need to, if you get it out, you're going to feel more peaceful most of the time. Because that's the stress chemical, right? People truly do see it as therapy. I mean, and I mean, it's called physical therapy, right? There you go. It just has a multifaceted meaning. All right. We're finally going to play this game. Max HP is always a good thing to take. There's not much gold to begin with, so there we go. But low cost, I guess, is good to go with. Helps with sleep, yeah, man. Not drinking helps with sleep, too. Okay, where do we want to go? Looking at this, I'm going to say fight, random. Shop, fight, fire. Fight, treasure. Fire, random, fight, fire. Yeah. Yep. I don't want to lose no damn health. Deal 9 damage. Put a card from the discard pile. Ow. That didn't hurt, was just loud. Dismantle. Get it, bitch. 6 damage. Damage. Not bad. For sure, bro. So I guess Man of Tomorrow is going to have a Green Lantern in it. Superman had a Green Lantern in it. Is it Alan Scott or which one? John Stewart. 2 of 8 random cards, yes sir. Play the top card if you want. Deal 9 damage, draw 1 card. Yeah, I guess. You need to go outside? Oh no, the door's already open. I thought I had 10 damage. All the enemies vulnerable. I don't know. Vulnerable's so spotty with a starting deck, right? We have 1, a source, and then a detonator. John Stewart, possibly the best Green Lantern. If we're talking comics, I don't think he's ever really been on the big screen. Oh, okay. Okay. That trailer looked good. I'm sure people will find things to complain about, but the trailer made it look pretty good. So I'm hoping that it is pretty good. Block is invaluable. I love relying on block. It makes the enemy monsters so angry. Yeah, hey, why not? I didn't even need a heal, but whatever. Hiya! Oh no! Hiya! So, for those who may be joining or lurking or whatever, just randomly, we are playing Slay the Spire 2, but we're also answering any Christian or any wokey / atheist question that you might have, or I guess question. I messed that whole thing up. English is it's hard when you're borderline sick for the last 2 months and not able to take your medication anymore. So a conflux of events, and then now we've got like rain up the frickin' wazoo. The wazoo is full of rain. There was even a flood alert yesterday. Crazy. In my neighborhood, like not neighborhood, but in my metro area, which is almost never happens. Very crazy, but kind of cool, I guess. I wouldn't want my apartment swept away, because then where would I live? It did make me feel like we won't see them suit up until the last episode. Yeah, oh yeah, come on, man. Of course. Of course. Do you feel worse mentally? Oh man, I have such a short fuse when I'm not on meds. Like, I admittedly, like, I take out a lot of my stress and insecurity on the people around me, and my wife, being the patient, loving woman that she is, has worked with me through it. But obtaining this medication was a complete change to that. But having, like, they originally were going to cut me off and make me go cold turkey, which was stressing me out big time. But I think if I'm able to just gradually wean myself off of them, I won't feel as roller coastery. But it's life is way more stressful when I can't like focus, and that's how it's been. It was like that for like 35 years of my life, and then I discovered ADHD medication. Felt normal for the first time, and now, that's gone. So, I mean, I guess mental health wise, like, that's really depressing. But chemically, mentally, I'm gonna be fine, I think. Just maybe not as spry, not as cheery. But it's not gonna be too bad, I don't think. But as I said before, we're also answering questions about wokeism. If you're an anti-woke kind of person and you've ever had a question for the wokies, then feel free to ask. I just tend to be on the left side of the aisle. The quotes around the word woke is definitely a jab at the right wing. But also, if you're a Christian and you have always wondered something about atheists, feel free to ask. I'll clear up a lot of common arguments right now. It is simply a belief in God. There is no positive belief. Some atheists believe that God himself specifically doesn't exist. Some atheists believe that we came from nothing. Most atheists believe their own thing because atheism is a concept and not an organized group. There you go. Hopefully that answered 2/3 of the questions that I would have received. You're welcome. So smooth. It was 85 degrees yesterday to literal snow. Yeah, we've been fluctuating pretty hard. I was going to say that's crazy, but no, there was a couple of days last week that the weatherman was saying it was supposed to snow, and then it hailed the last 2 days. And it's been like, I think at the beginning of this week, it was like 65, which is the hottest it's been this year. And in the last year, almost, not really. And then yesterday it was like 33. I don't know what's happening in the world. It's confusing and weird. It's like nothing wants to be consistent. Damn you, nature! Why can't you cooperate? I mean, the first few rounds are just kind of do-si-dos. I kind of fucked that up. It's fine. I don't want to... Oh, whatever. Top of my draw. No. I guess if I have to decide. What's up? The pup's just staring at me. Door's open if you need it. Shablam and kablamo. I want a right-wing person to come in here and ask, like, at what point in the day do you receive your updated pronouns from the headquarters? Something else funny. That is pretty funny. When do you guys add a new gender? It's already March. You know? It's about time. Ay. With the damn maggots? What are those? Something like maggots, probably? Creepy crawlies! I was not clumsy, but I was careless. There you go. Careless. I was careless. Do you have one? You do not have vulnerable. Get headbutted. No, it's on top of the draw pile. Fuck. No. That was a stupid move. I thought it was back into my hand, and I was mistaken. If you exhausted this card, I do not have a mechanism to do that. Oh, vulnerable, yep. Now I feel more confident doing like a vulnerable build. How many Judith Butler essays do I have to read to turn my truck into a bicycle? That's a thinker. Is Antifa a subscription service or more of a rewards program? Okay. Not bad, not bad. Apparently not guffaw eliciting, but not bad. I don't think I get the Judith Butler reference. Oh, I don't know why I'm even trying to buy anything. What on earth? I could have had a fire. Is it a fire next? How do can I look? I can't look at that, can I? Yes, I can. It is a campfire next. Oh. Yeah, at least one who's capable of stringing some words together. Burn! Not worth it. No reason to do that. Save it. I don't want it! Is that a good Jon Snow impression? I don't want it! I don't want it! That's not even a good English accent. I thought it was funny. It was good. I'm almost off the screen here. Come on, screen. Let's do this, and then we'll move it. Why is it always like this? Why is everything always like this? I'm fucking determined at this point. We're gonna make this. I smell pee. I know that sounds weird, but when your dog pees in the house, you can smell it. I hope she didn't. But I smell pee. The Judith Butler joke was basically just using the truck as a standard for stereotypical masculine conservative rural identity. Oh. Touche then. Come on. Oh, come on. We can do this. Why is my webcam on? Okay, did I do this right? Yeah, we did it right. Okay. Urban liberal eco-conscious. Yeah, I got a little checkmate hippies vibe. But yeah, I wasn't sure. Wasn't sure if my assumption was correct. And you don't want to assume, because you know what happens when you assume. You come off like a dickhead. What, were you expecting me to say something else? Nope. Will it work? Will this work? I mean, we're tilted. Can we untilt? 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 Yep. Whoop. Let's actually reset the transformation on this real quick. I mean, I don't necessarily want it to be looking down on me. The toilet paper is here because I've had a sinus infection. I will not make excuses. If it was there for another reason, you'd know it. You'd see a bottle of something else, but instead here you see Robitussin. That's how you know I'm not cranking down. All right, we're just gonna leave it there. All right, don't you fucking at me. I am not cranking down. Okay, no, this is much too high. Oh man. We're gonna get this. We're gonna find the best place to capture the optimal thing. That's right. The optimal thing. What? Wait, why are you now unbalanced? Well, we're all unbalanced in some ways. If you believe Buddhism, which I know Christians probably don't, but if you do, that's good, that works, right? I might build more bookshelves and actually place them behind me with all the books and games and stuff on them instead of using my green screen. Built one recently for context. But the green screen is so useful for different stuff. Try to keep it around eye level if possible. Yeah. But you know, like if you've ever been a teenager in the MySpace era, you know that down-angled photos are always way more flattering. I don't actually care. I'm kidding. It's just like these. Like I wish that tripods had like in between settings. They just don't. They're not like very fine-tuned, which is a good argument against fine-tuning. I'm kidding. I'm kidding, Christians. I promise. I promise I'm not dumb. I may seem like it, but I'm not really dumb. It's all an act. It's all to fool you. Get fooled, Christians! See, that's eye level, but I don't... not appreciative of the angle. Now it makes me look like I'm filming myself driving. Hey guys, I just wanted to rant a bit for about flat Earth. Do you get it? Because most flat Earth people. What is this thing? It's my fucking microphone. Like what? I was like, what is that? What is this? You know? Well, you kind of are. I'm in my car? Here in my car. No, come on. There we go. That might be best. Come on. 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 Why is it tilted? Like, what is causing it to tilt? Like, that's not a normal thing. You shouldn't be allowed to do that, tripod. Don't tilt when I'm not okay with it. I disapprove. There we go. Now I think that works. We just gotta crop it a little bit. A little cropple dopple. We don't want me that big. We don't want me that big. What's the atheist version of thoughts and prayers? Wow, that's a good one, man. Well, no, it's just this. You would say, like, to all the people suffering in other countries because of us Americans, I just wanted to let you know. Okay? Let that bring you some peace. At least that's how I think it would go. And I'm very perceptive. I'm probably the most perceptive person in this room right now. All right? Don't try to usurp my title, because it ain't gonna happen. All right? This chair. I respect the equipment that I use. I respect the things that are in my office, and I respect having an office. I respect that I am fortunate enough to have a place that I can do these things. The chair fucking pisses me off, though. The chair fucking pisses me off. Makes me angry. I am going to move this up all the way. I know I seem so fucking neurotic right now. That's what you get. That's what you get, public. When you see a goose off meds, you know it's because the government screwed him over. I mean that like real geese. I didn't word that correctly, but I was alluding to my username indirectly. But making it a real life. I don't know. Maybe I'm just not that good at speaking words. No, I'm pretty good at it. I'm pretty okay at it. I can speak some words. Shitburger. See? Nothing to it. At what point after becoming atheist do you receive your black turtleneck and podcast microphone? Yeah. How many atheists does it take to screw in a light bulb? At least 4. 1 to work on screwing in the light bulb. 1 to, well, actually something. 1 to say, as an atheist. And the other to admit he's a vegan, too. It was a little overcomplicated. I think I overbaked it a little bit. Overcooked? What would you... overbaked? Overproofed. I actually did just kind of want to watch another TikTok real quick. I don't... Once I get into, like, the question answering mode, I get addicted. I get addicted to the high, man. So we'll, like, let's watch a video and then we'll play more, and then we'll watch a video and play more. We'll do like kind of a back and forth sort of thing. It'll be hell to edit, but maybe I just won't edit around it. Maybe I'll just incorporate that. Shorts, I guess, right? That worked out pretty well last time. Is he going to go past this one?
I said, why are you an atheist? And she said, because...
Now, when the Supreme Court made the decision about Roe v. Wade, we were told that by the left, including many of them secular atheists, doesn't matter
If he's got a question for atheists, I must hear it.
what the Supreme Court says. Women have the right to abortion. What do you mean right? What are you appealing to exactly when you talk about this mystical right that exists?
Well, first, it's according to the Constitution. Inalienable rights to life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. Endowed by their creator. He doesn't specify a creator. It just says endowed by their creator. I mean, it could be nature that is their creator. It could be God. It could be anything. Lots of politicians back then were secular humanists. Lots of politicians back then were deists. And they all knew how to set their religion aside because they just fucking came from religious oppression. Maybe it'd be more effective if I brought the fucking mic to my face instead of went down to it. Like I was about to, like, you know? Know what I'm saying? Know what I'm saying? What, that was that, like, Cuban sound, like Cuban accent a little bit. Just wallow in this fucking smooth bathtub jazz, why don't you? Fuck. It's so smooth. Smoother than margarine.
You're not appealing to God. What are you appealing to? If you can only appeal...
Just pure human nature. I mean, we all know that suffering's bad. I think that most people can look at suffering and be like, that's bad. That shouldn't be happening. And if you had to go even further into it, into trying to justify your moral framework, if you didn't have a God to appeal to, it's actually God that's more strict. I mean, but also, I don't know, I think the concepts of not approving of owning other people, I think the concept of not approving of the murder of innocent people, I think those sorts of things, A, are a survival imperative, because we see that shit in nature, but also B, it's easy to identify why. Because there's suffering involved. There's needless suffering. And when needless suffering exceeds... What is it? There's a quote from someone. But it's like when needless suffering exceeds tolerance, then society changes or something like that. Obviously, I'm not trying to quote it word for word, but that's about the gist of it. So we're not... I mean, you don't have to appeal to anyone. But we have a moral framework from the time that we're raised by our parents, right? Like, our parents, even if they were atheists, still had a moral framework to work within. And their parents, even if they were atheists, still had a moral framework to work within. And then maybe their parents were, like, religious, and then it just all stops there. And you could say that they got their morals from religion, but I mean, I think that there's as much element of the environment that you grew up in that has to do with how you come out. Not exactly nature versus nurture argument, but nature's a hard thing to argue about. Unless more studies come out about the nature of mental disorders. It's getting harder to explain things away by, I'm just mentally disabled. Or I have a mental condition, or I have ADHD, or I have autism, or I have... Harder for people to hide behind that stuff now.
Appeal to man. If you can only appeal to the government, then it's up to them what the rights are. And it doesn't make any sense. If the government says you have a right to this, it doesn't make any sense to say, no, that's not true. What do you mean it's not true?
That's what you guys are saying. That's your point here. Is that if we codify Roe v. Wade, you're saying, no, you can't do that. Who are you appealing to?
According to you, a right by definition is simply whatever the government says. This is a real problem that I don't think anyone on the left has even attempted.
I mean, if you even just tried to explore the idea of what a right is, then maybe you might have actually come up with the answer. It's just something that is intrinsically, like, it's innate to your character. It's innate to your person, right? It's a right. It's innate to your person. And it is something that people probably should. It's a moral failing, I would say, to infringe on those, on just whatever your human rights are. Which again is the right to, like, freedom, you know, liberty, all that stuff.
Very few people on the left.
I think he's acting like he's confused, but we all know he's not
even
confused.
Attempted to confront or deal with or wrestle with. And it just makes everything they say about human rights totally meaningless. You know, when the Supreme Court...
Well, no, because... no. Because you're just trying to redefine what reality is. But this reality of yours means that no person without religion it can be good. Or make choices that are for the greater good because they don't appeal to anybody. That's just insane. And for him, it's propaganda, but I mean, coming from him, it's propaganda, but like, what the fuck? If any of you out there who support Matt Walsh believes that that's a good point to make, then I would say try to learn a little bit more about what rights are. Because you're wrong. All right, I'm gonna grab more water. Ciabatta bread. Ciabatta bread. Matt Walsh is a strange dude, Christian, but also very hateful. Well, then I would say that he's probably your average Christian. He's basically saying if you don't believe in God, how can you believe in human rights? Yeah. People have actually tried to use that argument on me, like, where do you get your morals from? Like, what? Do you not see that we live in a society that other people live in, and we kind of have to, like, cooperate within that? I mean, it feels like that's all really visible. You know, like, if you feel sad when you see someone being murdered, then that's not because of God. As though human rights can't be grounded in human beings themselves, no God is necessary to notice that conscious creatures can suffer. Right. Hearing a dog cry out in pain is just one of the worst sounds in the world to me. Is that a lacking of moral framework? I guess so. Apparently. According to people who just want to feel special because they follow a book, I guess. That's what it seems like. No, stop. It's auto-adjusting these windows. I don't know how to do it. You go longer, and you go back to where you were before. There we go. Not to mention that religious belief hasn't really historically guaranteed belief in human rights either. Well, that's what I'm saying. Like, God is more strict. He's got you more under his thumb than just no God. And if anything, like, the God of the Bible is definitely not somebody you should be listening to because he promotes slavery. Just plain and simple. Like, I mean, he's plenty bad. There's many other things that he's guilty of, but I always go back to the slavery thing. It's so easy to see. Like, that was probably one of the first Bible passages that I ever read in my life, back when I was a teenager, that told me that maybe God's not a good guy. And if I picked it up back then, you could probably pick it up right now. Why are you so obsessed with classic WoW, Skippy? Go play the new one. Go play the new exciting one, the Turtle WoW. Or at least new to you, I mean. Vulnerable. I was one of those people where, like, I had to have, like, one of every class at max level so I could just play the flavor of the month and then use the rest for crafting mules. That was a cycle that I was on for like 10 years. People who play WoW seriously, and I just mean too much, they go hard. And it gets pretty intense. And I was in a couple of guilds. I was in Blood Rain first, and then Aeon. It was two pretty well-known guilds. And then I forget which other ones. I was in so many other guilds. They fell apart, right? And then it kind of sucked from then on. That's about it. Not a big fan of when communities fall apart, especially people who've been cooperating for the last, like, year and a half. You know, like an expansion's worth of time. But yeah, it all just kind of happened. Hang on, let me get that for you. I'll pin it. Is it? There we go. Guys, the music happens in between the notes. I don't know if you knew that. It happens in between the notes. In between. All right, let's see if it does it this time. It almost never does it the first time I try to post it. Join the Dick Sword. And I'll pin it. All right, 10 votes. Nobody stuck around and asked a question. Guys, if you're going to vote in the poll, maybe try to ask a question. And if you're new to the channel, stick around for a bit. Hang out. We're pretty much being pretty chill today. I started way late, so I really just wanted to take a very casual approach to the stream today. I think today's the day to try and make it go longer, if I can. But I'm so fucking tired right now. It has been... I wanted to do like a crazy marathon stream while my wife was out of town, but... Fuck, man. I need subbies. That's the thing, you know? Like, I need the subbies and I need the watch time to go up. Those are the two things that I'm like... Those gotta happen. And I don't think the vertical stream, I don't think that's it. I don't think that's the key. Just simply because I don't think there's a magic trick to growing fast on YouTube. I think it just kind of happens. And I don't want to try and like game the system, you know, like that's not who I am. But I think it's just flat out more engagement on the vertical thing. So it's hard to pass up. I don't know. But I mean, if the subbies are coming, the subbies are coming, and I guess that's a thing. Watch time's going up, so yeah, maybe it is a good thing. I don't know. Just got to get more people to join, you know. And I think that means doing more of that trending shit. Unfortunately. And my wife was like, she's never watched the stream. She thinks it's stupid. But she was like, what was it? What was I about to make? I don't remember. Oh no, she was like, well, if you're good at it, then keep doing it. And I was like, I have no fucking idea if I'm good at it. I was like, I don't even get that engagement. I don't know. I don't get, likes or dislikes on the videos on the channel. You know, I get like plenty of engagement on the actual thing, like the actual live streams, but like I don't know I don't have any definitive metrics. But yeah, to argue with the TikTok man, if he's saying that God commands rights because they are good, then if that's true, it means that goodness exists independently of God. Well, yeah, Christians, I think, believe that there's an objective good and an objective evil. And I think they believe, well, no, because God encompasses everything, but like, they argue from a position that it seems to be outside of God's purview. But I don't think that's possible. See, if they could just understand the contradictions, like if instead of seeing it as a failing on our part to argue, if they looked at it and said, oh yeah, that is kind of disparate. It's a little wonky in here in the text. Maybe they interpret it differently when they were doing the translation, or maybe they are just being inconsistent. Maybe it's a compendium of different manuscripts from many different authors that often didn't agree with each other. Perhaps. And then if it makes the Bible fall into question, then there ain't nothing wrong with it. You can just be like, oh, well, maybe I should think about my faith. Maybe I should I don't know, figure things out from there, perhaps. Just saying. If God can give rights, could God revoke them? If yes, then they are not inalienable. If no, then apparently rights do not depend merely on God's will after all, by their own definitions. True dat. True dat. I don't know why I adopted a LA Mexican patois. I guess if I am any type of Latino, which is about a quarter, then it would probably be like LA Mexican type, Latino. Latino. I think I'm going wonky now. I think I'm feeling crispy. This is what happens when Jaboy feels crispy. 3 damage to random enemy 3 different times. See, so we reacted to a video, and then we move on, and we play a game, and then we react to another video, and then we move on, so on and so forth, until the day is done. $47 out of 80. Oh, God. Gotta rest big time. I don't like any of these cards, actually. Trying to go hard. Come on now. Come on now. Are you bored? You're not bored. Five block. Oh, I mean, I can take those 2 hit points. It's fine. He's not vulnerable, though. I'm part French, so I came with built-in options about bread and sauce, but no accents come out. I love a good bread. People don't appreciate bread as much as they should, you know? It's a shame. Speaking of, here's some goose lore. When I was a kid, I had a rich uncle. I know that sounds like a metaphor, but it's not. He has a... I mean, he's still alive, I believe. No, I think he's dead. Fuck, yeah, I think he's dead. Didn't get to say goodbye. My whole family basically disowned me, so I haven't seen any of them for like 10 years. But he owned a fire safety equipment company. And he just was rich. And so he went out to eat every day. And so whenever I'd go to visit him, he had his like neighborhood joints. And so he had like, my family was all a bunch of wannabe Italians. Like they really wanted to be in the mob. And so they always acted rich. And so they always ran in rich communities. I was never rich growing up. I was way below the poverty line. We lived in a car for the first 3 years of my life. But we are of Eastern European Slavic origins, Romanians. That's where the family name comes from. So like, I can't use the slur anymore because I really want to be conscious of that. But, you know, roving bands of nomadic, often thieves and psychics, con artists, performers, musicians. If you know, you know. But my family basically just like spent most of the time that they were like here from like second generation, just marrying into power, marrying into money, gold digging. They're not very good people. So I was the one that cut off contact with them. But yeah, man. He used to go out to Italian restaurants all the friggin' time. And he had this neighborhood Italian joint, and they would just give me basket after basket of bread. And I would just sit there, I'd be tearing at it. I'd be putting it, yeah, Romani. I'd be putting that shit in like the little crock of butter that they give you. Delish. Audrey says, we've had a Republican president and a Republican majority in every branch of the government for over a year. Is as good as things will ever get for the conservatives. I wouldn't say it's all downhill from here for you guys, but, you know, for me, you're already starting at a pretty low bar. Dems are 85% favorites to win the House. That's called the pendulum swinging in the other direction. Can you think of any reason why? It typically happens as a reaction to something. So, I mean, if like half the legislative bodies end up getting primaried because their constituents don't like what they did when they were in office, you're going to get members of the other party replacing them, more than likely. There's some red seats that stay red, like lifelong red seats and shit, but I don't know. First, I don't know if that's the majority of them, and second, I don't know what that really means in the scope of things. But yeah, some could argue that's a good thing. There's that Tallarico guy who's been in the news a lot. Gavin Newsom's whipping votes. What's Ossoff is they're all trying to do their thing, but I don't know. I'm not a big fan of many politicians, or really any at all. There's some newer generation that are really whipping up their voter base that are kind of cool, and I'm really admiring that. But we're not supposed to idolize politicians. They have a job. That's their job, and they do their job. Not supposed to be our friends or anything like that. You know? Also, one of the problems with two parties dominating a political system. Yeah. People are comfortable with binaries. People are comfortable only having two choices to pick from. That's why I always, when I was a consultant, which is more goose lore, I was a restaurant consultant for a bit. Under a year. It wasn't very long. But I basically told people what they were doing wrong with their restaurants. Yeah, I still have the business. I just didn't pursue any more clients after I moved to Portland, but I got burnt out. I don't know where I was going with that. But yeah, it would if the issues were with the menu, then it's usually because they had too many things to choose from in the menu, and it was confusing people and making table times way too long. Usually a pretty good symptom of a failing financial situation, and it's an easy one to correct. You reduce the menu items. The less choices people have, the easier it is for them to pick something. Some people may have the perception that, oh, well, why is there only like 3 things on the menu? But In-N-Out has 3 things on the menu, and it has been one of the most popular burger joints in the US for generations. Almost entirely based on the West Coast. Which is limiting, which means they're doing pretty fucking good. Of course, they exploit their employees, but that's a different story. And they're vertically integrated, which is kind of a Ponzi scheme in and of itself. Don't get me started on that. Let's not get conspiratorial. We're answering questions about wokeism and atheism. If you want to see me rant for about 45 minutes about how third parties and middlemen are fucking evil, that video exists on my channel. And I think I even put some text on the screen for you to read as well. Enjoy. So if you aren't familiar, if you aren't a regular viewer of the stream here, I am about to turn the phone cam off. If you know why, cool. If not, I was reading what you were saying as I started to say that. I haven't gone away. I'm still here, I promise. I am just engaging in self-medication. And as per the YouTube TOS, you're not supposed to be promoting or supporting the use of any Schedule I substances, so that is why we turn the phone cam off. I call it the phone cam, it's just because I'm using my phone as my camera right now. I'm sure you could have extrapolated that just from the words, but sometimes you gotta explain things, all right? I prefer Shake Shack over In-N-Out, but they are more expensive. So the sad thing about Shake Shack is that, and this is true with any franchise fast food restaurant, they're highly inconsistent across the entire catalog of stores. So like 5 stores in Vegas could be owned by Shake Shack corporate, and those will all be pretty consistent, pretty delicious, because they all follow the right rules. However, the franchise opportunities that people have taken elsewhere in the country, they have prevented, not prevented, but it creates, how do I describe this? So I don't like franchises, I think is the claim that I'm going to make. I don't like franchises. It's not a claim, I guess. It's just an opinion. But the reason that I don't like franchises is because it puts unnecessary pressure on the person taking out the franchise opportunity. So imagine that it's just like a husband and wife, and they've always wanted to own a restaurant, but they only really have enough to get like a McDonald's franchise, which is way less expensive than just opening a restaurant from scratch. Plus, let's say they just fucking love McDonald's, right? Typically, how people buy franchises nowadays is a little different. It's usually just corporations that buy them. Just because you got to diversify your portfolio. And then they run it into the ground and then they sell it. Pretty cool. I was being sarcastic. But, so like the husband and wife, they open this franchise, but the franchise has the brand name of, and the way that it's sold to them, which is the way that people sell franchises, is that they get to carry the brand. Unfortunately, if you are a better owner than the people who run the brand, you will forever be held back by the brand itself, which will kill your business. It means that you won't grow in your market. Because, oh my God, I'm just going off on a real fucking tangent right now. In business, a mark of success is expansion. It's not the only mark of success, but it's one of the best initial steps that a succeeding business will take if they want to continue to succeed. Because as time goes on, costs always go up, wages go up, unless you're actually exploiting your workers and going through like 90-day probation period, firing cycles and shit like that. Very notorious for food service places to do that, but that's not really the norm anymore. Places are a lot better to their employees because they were forced to be after so much impropriety. So this couple now gets to, I'm putting air quotes, but I'm, obviously the camera's not on. I'm about to hit this bowl in 3, 2, 1, and go. Smoke them if you got them. Cheers. Cynical, remind me what ICS means. Intercontinental spaceship. Oh, gotcha. Okay. How often do I change my water? Like, I'm a kind of a neat freak. I do not like gross things. And I like a clean space. And so that kind of translates to how often I clean my glass. And it's about once every 4 days, which is still too infrequent for my taste, but it's just how consistent I've been able to be. I only smoke about, an ounce every 2 months, maybe. I'm not a heavy smoker. That's people who are like doing it recreationally, just getting fucking blasted. Like I don't smoke a lot, A, because I'm trying to preserve my lungs, but also B, because it's mostly just medicine for me. So I'm constantly at a pretty low tolerance, especially switching strains. Oh my God. I just get whatever's cheap, and so I just kind of have to no, I got it. Chronicle. Incoming Chronicle. Oh, I think it did hold back Chronic. See, I'm telling you, I don't know what the filter is. It's really freaking weird. And it's doesn't seem to be consistent. Because people be in here saying Nazi shit sometimes, and not getting held back. So, I don't know. I don't know what the dealio is. I feel like the vertical view should have a background or something, but I don't really have the patience to do one. I just don't like a black void, Oh, wow, yeah, it did. I just said it 2 more times on its own. It held them back. What on earth? What on earth? what in the Earth, what on the Earth, and what aside from the Earth, and the flat Earth, by the way. Don't talk shit to me. What is going on? I still got the phlegm. It's been like months, and I have just been on... I've gone back and forth between sinus infection, flu, sinus infection, flu. And the other day someone was like, have you tried doing a neti pot? And then I just flashed to Roanoke Gaming video where he was talking about not using anything but distilled or whatever, just basic sterile water, because otherwise you get like a brain-eating amoeba or a prion. And I was like, oh my god. That just horrified me. Now I see chronic. I don't know if... Yeah, I mean, there's chronic 3 times there. I think we're at TikTok phase, and then we'll go back to, and then we'll play another round of the game. Give me a second. You aren't going to get an amoeba unless you're using well water. Yeah, no, I meant a prion. Well, no, isn't that a misfolded protein? Or is that cancer? I'm clearly not a doctor. I don't know if that's a surprise to any of you guys. But no, I'm not a doctor. Yeah, it seems highly inconsistent. I'm trying to look through the thing that tells me like all the like the actions that my chat took, and it doesn't, there's nothing. Like I have the thing ticked on right now. You can see the chat. I have the thing ticked on and it doesn't have anything there. So it doesn't seem to be moderating anything. I'm just grooving to this jazz. Fuck. It's good shit. I feel like I'm in the movie The Mask. Somebody stop me. I came out with a new video on the actual channel. I uploaded a video finally, like once in a friggin' 6 months or something. This one was a little longer than I normally post. It's a little over an hour. So, took a while to edit. I think I like longer form videos though. It's a weirdly fold-ended protein with no DNA or RNA can cause some neurodegenerative diseases and stuff like mad cow disease. Ah, I did not know that mad cow disease was a prion. Pringle. That's some free association for that ass. Bet you've never heard of free association. I'm kidding. I think everybody has. That was a joke. It was a bad joke. It wasn't a good joke. Could have been better. Ah! Oh yeah, we're in TikTok mode. Sorry. Or no, it wasn't TikTok. It was YouTube. My damn legs on my keyboard they folded under and they were annoying me. Anyway, you're probably safe to use neti pot with distilled water. Or wait, did we determine that that's not a risk, right? I think when I said that, I was just completely ignoring the last 10 minutes. See, that's what happens. So, kids, you kids out there, listen to Goose, your dad, for a moment. Whoa, hang on a sec. Sit down on the couch there, sport. Sit down on the couch there, Tiger. All right, champ. Now we're gonna talk about. No, I forgot. We were gonna talk about something, but then I forgot. Such is life, you know. Oh, missing the last 10 minutes. Oh my God, memory holes. Get plenty of sleep. That is literally a real fucking time demonstration of exactly why I should be saying this. Kids, listen to your Goose dad. Dad Goose. Goose your dad. Listen to Goose. Get plenty of sleep. Because it really affects your cognitive abilities. It really darn does. Alright? I feel like I am like not in reality. Like my brain has left my body. Not even metaphorically. My actual brain is if you looked inside my head, there would just be a little cavity. I don't know how that works. But it's gone. All because I didn't sleep enough, okay? Let that be a lesson. A lesson that ye shan't be learning the hard way. I don't even know why I put an accent on it. Didn't need one. But here we are. And I just kind of have to accept that I did it. I did it, and there it is. I don't even know what kind of accent it was.
Greetings. I would like to share with you what I think are the two best
Greetings.
questions to ask an atheist.
Okay.
I was evangelizing yesterday, and I asked a young man, what do you think will happen to you after you die? He said, nothing. I asked him, do you believe in God? And he said, no. And I said, why? Question number one to ask an atheist is to politely ask them, why don't you believe in God? He didn't have...
Unimportant. First, I'd need to know the reason why you want to, or why you give a shit why I don't believe in God. And if you start proselytizing, I would probably just walk away. Because I don't like being preached at. I feel like that's the only reason you could be asking that. So it feels like it's in bad faith, but whatever.
A good answer. He didn't have any answer, actually. And then I shared with him, could I please share with you two facts that I think proves there is a God?
And I would say thank you, sir, but no. Good day. Did I answer him correctly? Did I get him right? He's not here right now, so I can't ask him. Maybe one day I'll caress this sweet face with something more than my mouse pointer. They can't keep us apart, my sweet.
He said, sure. I said, your eyes. Your two eyes are all the proof you need to know that there's a God.
Give them back! I can't see without those!
To quickly summarize, they're much too complex to have happened by chance.
Wrong. There's something called evolution that happened. And the eye went through, the photo eye that we have right now went through several different iterations. From us being the fish people, on all the way up to our monkey selves. And I think that's a common argument from theists that they think stumps atheists is like, well, how did we get lungs then? I mean, different permutations of the lungs existed for millions and millions and millions of years, adapting very slowly over time, and eventually they got to be what they are now. That's even just a blue-collar explanation of it. And it's just really easy to understand. Well, I guess you gotta have faith to not believe in it. Since everyone believes it, I guess evolution's like a religion, some shit. They present that, I think, as a gotcha. I saw it in a video.
I'm pleased to say after we talked for a while, he prayed to be forgiven.
So then he wasn't an atheist. Liar!
And make Jesus Christ the Lord of his life. So don't be afraid, be polite.
Source, some guy. Some first-hand account of someone that purports to believe in something you can't even prove exists. My friend. He's almost certainly collapsing evolution into pure chance, and that's not what the theory says. No, sir.
To atheists, ask them.
We didn't just have a human pop out of an ape one day. That ain't how that happened. Checkmate, Christians. I don't know if that's a checkmate. I'm just a guy, you know. I'm just some rando on the internet, plying my trade, selling my wares, and biding my time. What? I don't know where these characters are coming from. I got them. They're just bubbling to the surface, you know. They're feeling trapped. It's like Legion, the X-Men Legion. There's like there's a little girl personality inside there. There's a ballerina and a soldier and a policeman and an old man and an old woman and a can of tuna and a cat who saw the can of tuna inside my psyche and then wanted to have some tuna, and so he manifested himself within my brain. What else? Forgive me, I have the phlegm. It's a disease. Don't question it. Also, if God was going to design an eye for humans to be perfect at seeing, it would probably actually see most of the light spectrum instead of just a tiny sliver like we can. Yeah, I mean, other animals have better eyes than we do. So that, I mean, that doesn't that make us, I guess, poorly or inconsistently designed? Aren't we supposed to be like higher on the hierarchy? It sounded redundant. Aren't we supposed to be further up on the hierarchy above animals in terms of design and complexity, according to anti-evolutionists? That was my understanding. But I could be wrong. You know? I could always be wrong. Yeah, lots have worse, many have better too. Fucking peregrine falcons, man. The snipers of the air. Swordfish, the snipers of the sea. Cockroaches, the snipers of the Italian restaurant kitchen. I think attributing sniper to pretty much any animal sounds funny. Monkeys, the snipers of the trees. I don't know why that's so funny, but I'm having a chuckle. Do you see that? I'm having myself a chuckle. Some don't have them at all and get around just fine. It's almost like there are lots of solutions to problems presented by nature. Yeah, and the human body, being so much more sophisticatedly designed. Little trip up on the words there. Again, sleep deprivation. But you know, humans being so supremely designed, you would think that we wouldn't be so fragile, right? But a misfolded fucking protein can melt our brains. Monkeys do throw poop. They do. There's actually, I think, a beetle or a species of aphid that size comparatively, like according to scale, have like the most powerful poops. Which, let's be honest, to be transparent, aphid poops are just clear liquid. But they can launch them pretty far. They can launch them, I think, up to 1.5 feet. That's pretty crazy. What if you could fire poop out of your butt at like 300 feet a second? Would you? I can't say I'd be able to resist my entire life. Just being honest. But there's aphids that do it. And those are the ones that ants enjoy collecting the poop from, which they call honey deer. Pretty gross. But I mean, whatever. You know, you gotta eat what you gotta eat, right? If that's your diet, if that's how you evolved to dovetailing with evolution, if that's how you evolved to sustain yourself, then there you go. More power to you. Slay Queen. I'm doing that thing. Yeah, that's like me pooping across a football field. Yeah. Yeah. Pretty cool. Where else would you get projectile poops? Nowhere. All right? God ain't giving you that. I'll tell you that much. Hey, God, where's my projectile poopies? Huh? Make them like deer, you know? Make them like... But with velocity. Then we could have fun pooping as humans. We'd have poop fights. That's disgusting. What? I must have blacked out. Inflame. 2 strength ain't bad. And Shabamo. Oh, fuck yeah, I'll do. Fuck yeah, I'll do. Yeah, I'll take that, sure. Yeah. Well, that, crap. Is it still going to cost 0? No, I think it's not anymore. Whatever, it's fine. Whatever. Leave Christians alone. Aw, honey. Jesus has nothing to do with quantum physics. What? Why are you doing this ridiculous comparison? Which am I doing? Why did you bring quantum physics into this? That's so confusing. Quantum physics? What? Ooh, no wombat poop. They're square. Or they're cubes. That would be cool to launch at velocity. There's 90 miles an hour gusts here. Semi blew over on the highway. God damn. Woo. It's like some Final Destination shit. Final Destination shit. What is it? What? Constrict? What? What did you do to me? Get vulnerable. I lose less? No. Yeah, fudge it. Won't be smoking outside today. Yeah, I wouldn't blame you. Though on a really hot day in the summer, if you get the freak hailstorm that we sometimes got in Sacramento, it is very cool to smoke outside because that's some nature ass shit right there. It's weird. It actually happened quite a few times when I was growing up. Pretty cool. Pretty cool. Chunky buckets. Sorry, I'm resizing windows over here. I am, like, the second that I was diagnosed with ADHD, I was like, oh, that makes perfect sense. Perfect sense. Didn't know anything about it. I mean, you can thank being latchkey for that. Like, I just never fucking, like, dropped out, took a whatever course. No, I didn't drop out. No, I got a 1.5 average, though. That's an F average for those of you who haven't been to high school in a while. It's a point of pride for me. Lose 3 HP. HP is at such a premium. When not at maximum health. Feels unsafe to risk for the bisque. I like that one. I came up with a good term there. I approve of that one. Goose stamp of approval. Bam, bam. I really need like a soundboard or something. Oh wait, Discord has like I think some very like basic soundboard shit. Let me see. Where do I find it? Is it you have to be in a call? Oh, here we go. You guys can hear that, right? There you go. I don't know. I don't know if that applies to any of the things. I don't know if that applies to any of the things that we've said in the last 5 minutes, but you know, it's a thing. It's there. So that's what's really important. You know, it's there. You know, and I have hair. And I'm hiding in my lair. But I'm not a bear. I'm Goose Sinclair. And I'm gonna stare while I'm at the fair. But you know I had bars, did you? I don't even know what I just said. I know I rhymed stuff. I don't know what I do. I don't know what I do anymore. You can use ones from different servers and stuff, though, too. It might be a Nitro thing, I'm not sure. Oh, yeah. I don't know. I think there's like, it looks like there's other options, but I can't choose any of them when I was looking before. So I makes sense. Makes sense to me. Get him. Vulnerable. 2 additional items for each. Yeah. Well. I'm pretty sure we have. Yep. Vulnerable to all enemies. And it's a 0-cost card. Yeah. Well, just I guess I'll spread my vulnerables around better or more wider, because you can focus an individual target. That's roguelike deck builder 101, guys. Okay, I don't know if you knew this, but focusing fire is in general more efficient in taking down your enemies than I actually don't know if any of what I'm saying is true, but that's just been my experience. Certainly not an authority on whatever the deck building thingamawazzles. My nose is squeaking. First time you lose HP, each combat draw 3 cards. That is in my eyes, a garbage trinket. I tend to like the ones that don't rely on you losing health. But you know what? That's what we had. Yeah. Get out of here. Just trying at a gigantic maze. As an experienced adventurer yourself, it's clear the maze is filled with deadly traps and guardians. It'd be easier if you work together, but then you'd have to split the loot. No, join forces. Come on, man. Teamwork makes the dream work. And then we upgrade. Nope. Nope. Yep. Base stats. Shablamalam. Is this a box? A cardboard box? I do not like my selection here. It's time to duel. That's right, I know things. Oh, strength would have been great before I attacked. But, you know, nobody's an expert. Right? Certainly not me. I like to zerg this shit. 5 block, 8 damage. Yep. Yep. When a card is exhausted, I don't know if I have that many exhaust cards, do I? No, good sir. No. To thee I say no. To thee I say nay. To thee I say good day. Draw 3 cards. You can draw. Ah, man. I don't like any of these. I mean, I guess. No. Yeah. Can't bring myself to pick any of those. Hiya! Hiya! Well, strength would be nice, I guess. Yeah. We done did it a different way then. Alright? That's just how it is. Maybe better for like an elite battle or something, I guess. No, yes. No, yes. I don't like any of those at all. Check it off. Check it off. Ooh, 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 ooh. First time you block from a card each turn. The first time you gain block. Oh, yeah. Oh, yes, I will definitely upgrade that one. Efficiency. Immovable. Well, he's not even gonna attack, but you know, I felt powerful. Felt like flexing. You know, might as well just. Like, I gotta wait. Come on, come on. Hurry up. Shablam. Shablam. Lam-a-lam. One more. Whatever. Let me waste my cards. Take a vulnerability. I didn't know what else to call it. Take a vulnerability. You bastard. Don't touch me. Shablam! Oh, I can only do one. Yeah, fuck it. Take it. Don't touch me. And shablam. And no, not. Yeah, I was like, I thought the numbers weren't saying what I was hoping for. Sorry, your turn gain 2 strength. Oh my gosh. It's a scarecrow. It looks like a scarecrow. But it's, you know, this is like extremely dangerous because he's covered in like dry straw and stuff. And he's surrounded by open flames, you know? That's very, very unsafe. You could get fined. 4 wax relics. Every 3 combats. That's not bad, but is that just random? No, we'll just go for the upgrade. Yeah. And, what? Yep. Yeah, whatever. Yeah, that works. Didn't even take time to read what got upgraded about them, but I figured they're gonna be better anyway. So I don't know. We're just doing the damn thing. What on earth is this? Is new. Oh, there you go. So you can like mark the places you want to go. I get it. That's cool. Oh, it even said like just for drawing the map. I did it. Everyone's happy. Oh. Let's get rid of that right there. Ah, damn it. No! Oh, what you... Oh. Nope, that works. Hey, that's fine. Reset my cursor anyway, we're good. Nope. I don't really want to take on any elites. I don't think I'm strong enough right now. Although maybe by that time, yeah. Defend. Block. Block. Oh. You get the gist. Escape. What? You piece of... Don't you fucking steal my cards from me, you... Don't you fucking steal my card. Don't you fucking steal my card. Oh, you son of a bitch. He's gonna steal my cards. Don't you steal it. Don't you steal my fucking card. 50% less attack damage. God damn it, you son of a bitch. Huh. Oh my god, he's gonna escape. Don't you dare escape, you son of a... Ah, fudgies. I lost my card. Sound like an old man just then. I need more water. I lost my damn card. God darn it. What am I supposed to do now? Yeah, that'll work. Well, we still haven't used the fairy in the bottle yet. We got about 300 gold that we can use. Pretty nice, I mean, I won't argue with that. Very exhausted. God damn. Deal 6 damage. Lose HP this turn. Drop card. Replay 2. Damn it. Yeah, that'll work. And, you know, whatever, it's a gimme, I guess. No, I don't think I need that one. We'll deal with it! Oh, yeah, I forgot we're supposed to be alternating. Let me pull up a video. And then I have to go pee. Oh, is that Ray Comfort? Hilarious. Hilarious. 23 skidder. The atheist question?
If historic Orthodox Christianity were true, would you become a Christian?
Oh, it's a response, okay.
Like following Jesus' commands. And
They're always responses, you know? Gosh darn it. This is why YouTube is like one of the worst ones to look at for this kind of stuff, because it's usually just people reacting. Whereas TikTok, like, I don't know. You don't see that as much. I don't see it as much. 5 years ago? God damn. Oh, here we go. In 2025, so that's not that bad.
In 2020, I had 10 questions for atheists, and the response was pretty big.
I had 10 questions for atheists. Why does everyone who is on a sensational type of radio show type thing have to talk like Rush Limbaugh? What's up with that? Is that something that we just kind of need to do in order to have people watch our content? I dropped it there at the end there. Said there too many times too. Sleep deprivation.
I put my reaction to the videos that atheists made in response to it into a playlist.
It's good, yeah, because I think Limbaugh was from like, you know, either the East Coast or the South or something, right? Or something. But he had like that kind of whoa, 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 like, but he's got the same sort of thing. Hard to describe. Don't know if I did it right. Shut up. Don't you fucking dare. Alright. I lied. I went to go get water. Now I'm going to pee. Hayabusa! Yeah! Register my hands as lethal weapons. I basically have nunchucks on my arms. That's right.
On this channel that you can check out, and I still get answers to those questions to this day. But now, as 2025 is upon us, I've got 5
I think I received a
questions
text
for atheists in 2025, given certain events and current debates in the worldview discussion arena. If you're an atheist, I want to know what your answer is to these questions. So let's just jump right in. Question 1. Cameron Bertuzzi over at Capturing Christianity recently caused a lot of controversy by saying he no longer takes atheism seriously.
The reason why I don't take atheism seriously any longer is because even if we accept the atheist's strongest argument, it still wouldn't prove atheism.
We have these really powerful arguments, at least from our perspective, on the theist side, like arguments from fine-tuning. But yes, there are arguments on the other side that are meant to show that it's unlikely God exists, or that God does not exist, like arguments from evil or divine hiddenness arguments. And so this puts us in an interesting spot. We've got arguments for and against. But as Philip Goff suggested recently, perhaps you have a God of limited power. This would mean you have really powerful arguments from God on the theist side, like the fine-tuning arguments, but then the arguments from evil and divine hiddenness no longer become powerful arguments for atheism. Instead, what they are arguments for a limited God, but not arguments for no God. And so
I'm trying to keep up with him, but I don't think that I'm absorbing what he's saying. Hang on.
Accept the atheist's strongest argument, it still wouldn't prove atheism.
We have these really powerful arguments, at least from our perspective, on the theist side, like arguments from fine-tuning. But yes, there are arguments.
Isn't fine-tuning an argument itself? I think that's just one argument. I mean, that's my understanding. I don't know if I'm correct on that, but it sounds right. Although I guess, you could use points of that, like, to be the argument. Okay, maybe I'm splitting hairs here. I think I'm splitting hairs. I think I'm way over defining it.
Arguments on the other side that are meant to show that it's unlikely God exists, or that God does not exist, like arguments from evil or divine hiddenness arguments. And so this puts us in an interesting spot. We've got arguments for and against.
Yeah. Well, and even then, like, let's just shift reality and say that the burden of proof is on the person saying they don't believe in God. How do you prove, like, they then ask you, okay, well, can you prove it? And me as the atheist, I would be like, prove what? Prove that I don't believe something? Like, how do you prove something that isn't there? You know? Even if that's not the case. But even if it were the case, it still would be a huge, like, hurdle to moving forward in the conversation. Because you can't prove something that don't exist. You can't prove a lack of something. Can you show me a picture of the potatoes that weren't shipped? No? Well, now you're just being difficult.
But as Philip Goff said,
I know that making faces is dumb. I know it's kind of cringe because I'm like an old guy making faces, but you're going to see that a lot on this channel. So if you like people making faces, then like and subscribe.
suggested recently, perhaps you have a God of limited power. This would mean you have really powerful arguments from God on the theist side, like the fine-tuning arguments, but then the arguments from evil and divine hiddenness no longer become powerful arguments for atheism. Instead, what they are arguments for a limited God, but not arguments for no God. And so there's no reason to take atheism seriously, someone might decide. So
What? So he's comparing how many arguments each side has, and then saying, well, this side has the more arguments, so it means that atheism is just not worth even entertaining. That's what it sounds like he's saying. I don't know if I want to listen to that whole thing again.
Instead, what they are arguments for a limited God, but not arguments for no God. And so there's no reason.
Oh, I get you. Okay, so we didn't cross the finish line of proving that there's no God, which, okay. But, so then if we prove that God's 3/4 not real, then that still means that there's a God. Okay, so checkmate atheists. Yeah, I guess in this guy's point of view.
Atheism seriously, someone might decide. So the question is Cameron wrong?
So therefore he dismisses an entire concept.
And if so, why is he wrong?
Okay.
Question 2. Some atheist creators seem to think that...
Was that a question? I'm having trouble finding the question in there. You know, I don't think there was one. What was the question?
Puts us in an interesting spot. Evil and divine hiddenness no longer become... He no longer takes atheism seriously.
The reason why I don't take atheism seriously any longer is because even if we accept the atheist's strongest argument, it still wouldn't prove atheism.
We have these...
Atheists don't tend to make arguments. At least not if you're adhering to the definition that it's a lack of belief in God. You don't have there's no argument. It's just you don't believe something. Well, but why? Well, but why? That's how it feels sometimes, you know?
really powerful arguments, at least from our perspective,
start speeding
on
through
the
this
theist side, like arguments from fine-tuning. But yes, there are arguments on the other side that are meant to show that it's unlikely God exists, or that God does not exist, like arguments from evil or divine hiddenness.
But that's not, I mean, I get that that's, like, if it feels like he's trying to do like a prep class for how to argue with atheists, instead of actually just trying to ask atheists for questions from atheists.
Arguments. And so this puts us in an interesting spot. We've got arguments for and against. But as Philip Goff suggested recently, perhaps you have a God of limited power. This would mean you have really powerful arguments from God on the theist side, like the fine-tuning arguments, but then the arguments from evil and divine hiddenness no longer become powerful arguments for atheism. Instead, what they are arguments for a limited God, but not arguments for no God. And so there's no reason to take atheism seriously, someone might decide. So
it seems like, well, first, that's not a question. If you can find the question in number 1, then I'm happy to answer it. But I could not decipher a question out of that. I listened to it 3 times. Could not extrapolate anything from there, from that mess. It seems like he's just trying to prep people for debating against atheists, which is, I mean, you know, more power to you, I guess. But I don't know if that's how I'd spend my time. I don't know because I haven't done that. So who knows? Maybe I don't know. Maybe I just want to prep people for debating against Christians. I don't know. Shit, you know. Seems like a worthwhile venture.
the question is Cameron wrong? And if so, why is he wrong?
That's the question. Okay, finally, we got there. He says he doesn't take atheists seriously, but they didn't really give any substantive reasons why they shouldn't take atheism seriously. They just say that it's because they don't have as good or they don't have the number of arguments that creationists have. Well, you've got this argument that could really stand up against this, but there's so many other arguments that they could do that stands up against that. You don't analyze whether the arguments are bad or bad faith, or you're just making them up. You're just saying that we've got more arguments than you. I mean, if my wife accuses me of cheating and I get real defensive real quick and just start spewing a bunch of information out that I can't substantiate, she's probably going to suspect me more and not trust me more. You know what I'm saying? It's probably going to be more of an indicator of guilt. So if normal people tend to see how Christians might perchance prey on people at the lowest points in their lives, it could be that they be scamming. Just say. Just connecting dots here. Perhaps I'm wrong. Just connecting dots. Like Dippin' Dots. That actually has nothing to do with Dippin' Dots at all. No connection. You would have to try really hard to connect the two.
Question 2. Some
bitch!
seem to think that the recent presidential election was so important that it changes the way they should do things on their channels. Watch.
I am going to be changing things up on YouTube quite a bit, to the extent that I'm not going to be doing this channel anymore. So I don't...
What? I mean, after not sleeping for after having sleep deprivation, my brain turns to mush, and it's very hard for me to form sentences, but I still know that you can do different takes. Perhaps don't draw out your first sentence that long. It was entirely unnecessary. I'm quitting YouTube. That's what he could have just said. I'm quitting YouTube. Well, because of recent events, there's some changes to the channel that are going to be happen. In that I'm not going to be doing the channel anymore. Spit it out, man.
The timing is lost on anybody here that this is happening shortly after the last political election. I'm not going to lie, very, very distraught and a little freaked out by the results. not just who won, but the extent by which they won. And that does get us all thinking about our future and our safety and what things are going to look like going forward. Basically, what that did is that just jolted me.
I mean, I think a lot of people were concerned and scared after Trump got elected, like a lot.
For a while, I just kind of been on the treadmill doing what I was doing. I wanted to get off at some point doing something different. And so this election and the little jolt that it gave me just kind of pushed me off the algorithm treadmill and gave me the prompt to just do something a little different.
I am shifting gears a little bit here. And
Dippin' Dots is one of the greatest technological advancements in the culinary space. It's in the same league of the Trivection oven. It's in the same league as the very recent method that we were able to find to actually freeze alcohol. And now they're doing alcoholic Dippin' Dots. Pretty fucking cool, man. Don't get me started on technological advancements or let's even say, don't get me started on accidental technological advancements in the food world, because I fucking nerd out about that shit big time. Did you hear that story that it was an accident?
and widening the
I think most of the most genius inventions came out of accidents, by the way.
so to speak. And I want to talk about it because I've changed my mind since my last video. I posted a kind of off-the-cuff video of my thoughts and feelings post-election. And I said that the political conversation, I didn't want it to set the tone for future videos. And I didn't want to get into politics. And I wanted to stay focused on what I was doing. But I changed my mind.
Why do you think that this election was so impactful to atheists in this way? What did it reveal about the culture? Question 3. Many atheists are determinists, meaning...
Is he talking about the Trump election? Because he ran on a platform of mass deportations and like just a bunch of things that are antithetical to... I mean, the majority of atheists tend to be progressive, well-educated, creative, artistic, and humanistic. And so I think I don't speak for atheists because it's not an organized group, but if I were to put on my I'm about to speak for atheists hat, then I would say that just the sheer amount of human indecency that was expected to be and then did definitely flood every avenue of lawmaking was a source of concern and fear for most, I would say, most normal people, regardless of religious affiliation. I don't think people were being hyperbolic when they said that he presents an existential threat to democracy. Because if you make everyone see the most powerful democracy in the world as stupid and a laughingstock, there goes that respect. And so if someone attacks us and we come calling, the people that we snubbed, are they going to be graceful? Probably, because, you know, there tend to be good people out there. See, there's a checkmate, Christians. I believe that people are inherently good, so fuck you. It didn't mesh characteristically with my assessment, but I reserve the right to tell anybody to go fuck themselves. And there you go. And there you go. Sorry, I'm changing settings here. I mean, could it have been anything else? I fixate. Many, yeah, like artificial sweeteners. Yeah, aspartame. I mean, sodas, right? Like they used to be medicine. Pretty cool. But the second one wasn't really a question.
But I changed my mind.
I mean, it was, but it was a question for really all people, not so much atheists. But very easy to answer. A lot of people got scared and concerned when Trump was elected again. There you go.
Determinists.
Easy peasy.
Meaning that they don't believe in free will, at least not of the sort that many people think of when they hear the term free will. They believe that the past history of the universe is like to a...
Hold up. What did you say?
Meaning that they don't believe in free will, at least
Nope.
not... atheists are determinists?
Nope.
What did it reveal about the culture? Question 3. Many atheists are
Many. Again, presenting them as an organized group, but also not committing. Many. How many? What percentage? Entire country's worth or 5? Scale matters. Because Christians tell me all the time that the reason why they don't have to disavow Christians like Hitler, or like the people that did the Crusades, or Spanish Inquisitions, or all the atrocities that Christians are guilty of over the long history of the earth. It's okay that they did it because they weren't real Christians. Even though they were the most powerful Christians at the time, who were in power, like at least powerful enough to go and take other nations and convert them aggressively. The Spanish conquistadors. Oh, I mean, those weren't real Christians. Fuck you. Fuck off. Yes, they were. They considered themselves to be at the time, and the majority of the people that supported them considered themselves to be at the time. So, what status quo changes? Oh, that means that morality is subjective. Oh, shit. It is also not a question.
Meaning that they don't believe in free will, at least not of the sort
I think he's
that
getting
people
there.
think of when they hear the term free will. They believe that the past history of the universe is like to a billion trains of dominoes, or trillions of chains of dominoes, that result in the past history of the cosmos, the formation of your...
I don't believe that. I don't know what to believe. I don't have a current perception of how the universe works.
Your physical body, your past
I just don't believe in God.
life experiences, your neural structure, and the firings of neurons in your brain that are your choices, but could not have been otherwise. On the other hand, maybe some atheists think that we have what's called libertarian freedom, the notion that whatever you ended up choosing, you really could have done otherwise. So here's my question. If you're a determinist...
What the fuck? Libertarian?
Is your neural structure and the firings of neurons in your brain that are your choices, but could not have been otherwise. On the other hand, maybe some atheists think that we have what's called libertarian freedom, the notion that...
Okay, it's for both. Political and ethical. Oh. I didn't know that libertarian freedom as a concept was a thing. Cool. The more you know.
Whatever you ended up choosing, you really could have done otherwise. So here's my question. If you're a determinist, how do we hold people more...
Okay, well, there you go. I'm not a determinist, so next question.
morally culpable for things they do that could not have been otherwise given the history of the universe? And if it is the case that you believe in free will of the libertarian sort as an atheist, how is that possible without God? Now just...
I need to hear that again.
have done otherwise. So here's my question. If you're a determinist, how do we hold...
Let's pretend I'm a determinist. I've got my determinist hat on. Okay.
People morally culpable for things they do that could not have been otherwise given...
So I think what you're saying is, if destiny determines what we do, because if you're a theist, you probably don't believe in destiny or whatever the fuck. If destiny is true, then how can we hold anyone accountable for things that they had no control over? Interesting perspective. But I think when people who are determinists, I cannot speak for them, but I think when people make claims that destiny means that our choices are already made, I don't think that means that they don't think that we have the autonomy to make choices. Those are separate things. It's like saying that we're now restricted by whatever the universe has chosen for us, which means you're still putting something conscious at the peak of this tower that you're building. But if you have no God or religion or whatever, you can still make choices throughout your life that affect how your future folds out. Like it's again, I think this is just one of maybe 4 arguments that Christians have, or questions. I'm just asking questions, or questions for atheists. But they're all arguments. He's training people how to argue about God with atheists, very clearly. But it's like there's only like 4, and this is just one of them.
In the history of the universe. And if it is the case that you believe in free will of the libertarian sort,
Look at how tired he looks. He looks like how I feel.
as an atheist, how is that possible without God? Now, just as a note, there are many determinists who will say they are compatibilists, and what that means is not that libertarian freedom is compatible with determinism. Compatibilists hold that determinism...
Do you only ever talk to philosophy majors? This is insane. I've never heard of any of the concepts he's talking about. I'm an atheist. There's no guidebook. We don't have a fucking manual that we follow. Like, otherwise, I think I would feel more confident knowing what the hell he's talking about.
Is true. It's just that we can hold people morally culpable in spite of the determinism. That moral culpability is possible, is compatible.
Oh, I get it. He's really trying to overcomplicate stances that he believes atheists take. I don't know if it's true or not, but he's trying to just way overcomplicate them, make the argument sound ridiculous, is what it sounds like.
With determinism. So it doesn't answer the question. I'm asking that question. How, if you're a determinist, how is it that people are morally culpable given that their choices could not have been otherwise? And if you believe in free will, how is that possible without God? Number 4.
Gears a little bit here and widen the lens.
Sorry, didn't mean to rewind. But yeah, do you get what I mean? Like it seems like he's just. How would I describe that?
If you're a determinist, how is it that people are morally culpable?
It's like the incredulity fallacy. It's like he's like, that's just ridiculous. There's no way that you can believe that. Like it's like he's masking that in a whole bunch of overcomplicated jargon, though. If you're a literal freedomist or libertarian freedomist and a materialist and a determinist, and if you've
your past life experiences, your neural structure, and the firings of neurons in your brain that are your choices, but could not have been otherwise. On the other hand, maybe some atheists think that we have what's called libertarian freedom, the notion that whatever you ended up choosing, you really could have done otherwise. So here's my question. If you're a determinist, how do we hold people morally culpable for...
So, I mean, obviously, if I'm speaking as myself here and not having, and pulling off my determinism hat, I'm not a determinist, so I can't answer that question. Raccoon, what's up? What's uppity in the duppity?
Things they do that could not have been otherwise, given the history of the universe. And if it is the case that you believe in free will of the libertarian sort, as an atheist...
Are you atheist? I think there's supposed to be an "and" in front of that, but yeah. I am an atheist.
How is that possible without God? Now, just as a note, there are many determinists who will say they are compatibilists, and what that means is not...
Yeah, compatibilists. So it's like we took one term and then we just made a whole bunch of fucking terms to complement it that are just all slightly different. It's almost like religion. It's almost like sects of religion. Strange. Very cult-like.
Determinism. Compatibilists hold that determinism is true. It's just that we can hold people morally culpable in spite of the determinism. That moral culpability is possible, is compatible.
All right, get to number 4.
Richard Dawkins has long been praised by atheists as one of the 4 horsemen of the new atheism. But recently he's caused...
And yet you almost never hear really any atheist just casually mentioning fucking Dawkins in casual conversation. Maybe even when arguing with a religious family member about religion. Even then. They probably don't give a shit about what Dawkins says. Again, he's just trying to train people how to debate. And it's just the same tired arguments.
Some controversy with some...
Me too, well, welcome. You're among friends. Blessed be, or whatever the fuck you believe. I'm into it.
Comments about the trans debate. For many atheists, he's right about science when it comes to young earth creationism versus evolution, but he's wrong when it comes to this current cultural debate. Do you personally think he's right or wrong, and why? Now, for this...
So it feels like you have to do like research in order to answer any of these questions, which I don't particularly like. I like to be able to assess in real time and just make the judgment.
This last question, there's a little bit of setup. Here's a quote from Robin Collins about the fine-tuning of the universe, and I'd like to know what your reaction to it is. Suppose we went on a mission to Mars and found a dome structure in which everything was set up just right for life to exist. The temperature, for example, was set to around 70 degrees Fahrenheit, and the humidity was at 50%.
Increasingly complicated hypothetical. Yet another marker of Christian flailing.
Moreover, there was an oxygen recycling system, an energy gathering system, and a whole system for the production of food. Put simply, the dome structure appeared to be a fully functioning biosphere. What conclusion would we draw from finding this structure? Would we draw the conclusion that it just happened to form by chance? Certainly not. Instead, we would
unanimously formed by chance. I'm not an I can't even say the word. But what I wanted to say was that I'm not an evolutionary biologist. And I can still understand. It's easy for me to wrap my head around seeing how things might have coalesced and formed life on the planet and evolved from there. It is not that hard to understand as a concept. It makes me feel like you have to be actually brainwashed in order to believe. I mean, not to believe anything else, but in order to hold so steadfast to your belief that in the face of such convincing proof, you still choose to not believe it. You don't have to agree with it, but science, it's all there.
conclude that it was designed by some intelligent being. Why would we draw?
So
this
it's just a complete misunderstanding of the basics of any evolutionary system. Like it's not just a baby human popping out of an ape. It's not a bird popping out of a dinosaur. That is not what evolution is. Just a basic. And one could argue, if they're grifting, that it's a very purposeful misunderstanding. I'm devolving into a hunchback cave dwellers? Skippy, and then you say Falmer. I don't know what you're talking about. Is this a video game reference? Certainly not a WoW reference, because I would have understood it. Oh, what's more evil? Christianity or what did I ask? What's the title? What's the title of my own live stream again? Elder Scrolls. Sounded right. It sounded like Elder Scrolls, but I don't know enough about Elder Scrolls to really know. Sorry. Christianity or atheism. Guys, there's a new poll up. Nerd card revoked. Didn't say I deserved one. I'm not even I play video games, but I'm not even very good at them. All right? Take that, Skippy. Take that. I'm not even good at video games. Let that be a lesson to you. I don't know what I proved, but it felt like a vindication. 202 views. How do I get that secret sauce again, you know? 3,000 views on a 3-hour stream a few days ago. That is that's pretty good for me. Other YouTubers probably have like tens of thousands of views within the first couple hours of their uploads, but for a live stream getting 35 some odd hundred views, pretty cool. Again. Ow, Jesus fucking Christ! Gorn, thank you for the follow. And thank you for scaring the shit out of me. I don't know how to reduce the volume on that thing. I think I'd have to take the WAV file and put it into Premiere or some sound program and then reduce it from there. Oh my god, it makes my heart race. I think it's scary. I mean, I think it's supposed to be extremely loud. I think it's the point. Whew. I know I didn't react much, but nearly jumped out of my skin. Abrahamic religions and morality pretty much evolved from Mesopotamian polytheistic religions and laws. Yes, sir. Shh, don't tell the Christians. Shh. All right? They rightfully usurped these things, all right? I think people refer to it as assimilation, but like the Borg type assimilation as opposed to actual assimilation. One could say that it's just a cult. Potentially. There's an argument there. I'm not going to take on that particular task, but one could say that. And one might be pretty close to right.
An intelligent designer appears to be the only plausible explanation for the existence of the structure. That is...
I mean, if you were on an alien planet and you saw what looked like a structure, you'd have no reason to believe that it was made by anything, anyone, any sentient thing. It could just be like one of the natural... Like this looks like a lily pad. It really could just be one of the natural structures of this completely alien planet. We don't know what aliens are going to look like. They're not going to be fucking like exactly like us, and they're not going to look like exactly like what the UFO people, what they think, or at least we don't know. We have no proof either way. And it's entirely possible that any civilization aside from our own might not even obey might not even obey physics the way that we understand them. They could have totally different modes of moving around, locomotion. They could have totally different modes of communicating. And it might be entirely alien to us, to our understanding. We might not even be able to entirely perceive. Like our brains might do that thing where it compensates by giving us something recognizable. Because it's just so inconceivable to look at whatever it is we're trying to perceive in whatever alien that we're communicating with. So it's ridiculous to think, oh, that looks like a building on Earth, even though it doesn't. A fucking dome, like a geodome. When was the last fucking time you saw an ecodome? Like one of those big projects. It's been a while. There was a movie about it called Biodome. I would recommend that you see it. I mean, it's not educational. It's just a good movie. I'd still recommend you see it.
The only alternative explanation we can...
So that's the answer to that.
...think of, that the structure was formed by some natural process, seems extremely unlikely.
Entirely possible, though.
Of course,
it seems extremely unlikely by Earth standards, yeah. Because we don't have anything like that on Earth. But you're at a place where you have no fucking frame of reference, my dude. So maybe don't just assume, because you know what happens when you assume. Let's all say it together. You know what happens when you assume. You end up looking like a dick. All right? That's the end of that. But you thought I was going to say something different? Well, I didn't.
It is possible that, for example, through some volcanic eruption, various metals and other compounds could have formed and then separated out in just the right way to produce the biosphere, but such a scenario strikes us as extraordinarily unlikely. Thus...
All right, I mean, let's split more hairs here. What are the percentage of chance that it's just some biological process on an alien planet that you don't recognize versus the statistical chance that it's got? I would have to wonder. Seems like a leap. I guess that's where faith comes in.
Making this alternative explanation...
Faith and a lot of fucks.
Unbelievable. The universe is analogous to such a biosphere, according to recent findings in physics. Almost everything about the basic structure of the universe, for example, the fundamental laws and parameters of physics and the initial distribution of matter and energy is balanced on a razor's edge for life to occur. As the eminent Princeton physicist Freeman Dyson notes, quote, there are many lucky accidents in physics. Without such accidents, water could not exist as liquid, chains of carbon atoms could not form complex organic molecules, and hydrogen atoms could not form breakable bridges between molecules. In short, life as we know it would be impossible. Now, he goes on to say the following. A few examples from the literature of this fine-tuning
Sure,
list below.
sure enough,
One,
sure
if the
enough.
initial explosion of
Right.
the Big Bang had differed in strength by as little as 1 part in 10 to the 60th, the universe would have either quickly collapsed back on itself or expanded too quickly for stars to form. In either case, life would be impossible. As John Jefferson Davis points
Where's
out,
the question?
an accuracy of 1 part in 10 to the 60th can be compared to firing
supposed to be a
bullet
question.
at a 1-inch target on the other side of the observable universe. 20 billion have been stronger, life-sustaining paid into possible for its existence according to almost everyone involved. So here, these are some of the kinds of facts that are often used to make fine-tuning arguments. Some of the best arguments for God's existence according to almost everyone involved. So here's the question. Are we wrong to think that this supports theism? If
Okay. Well, I'm sorry that I tried to engage your propaganda video in good faith, but I feel as though I've gotten nothing from this. like fulfillment-wise, my soul doesn't feel more rich for having seen this. You know? If I even have a soul. Poor guy. He looks so tired. He looks so tired. He looks so exhausted. You know? If you're just joining, welcome. Nice to have you here. I hope that you say hi. I hope that you try to engage a little bit.
Atheists videos. I haven't done one of these in a while.
Because it'd be cool. And I'd be like, yo, what's up? And all that.
Video. We're going to talk about 5 tough questions to ask atheists. So if you have the
I think this is a person who reacts to these.
No such change took place. If no such
Yep. Atheists must answer my questions. Water. Yes, indubitably. Mm-hmm. 200 IQ, man. Well, guys, I mean, there's nothing more credible than a smart person. Let's find out why.
If we're talking about a theory,
because you know as well as I do that IQ means that that's how smart you are, and that's how you apply your intelligence. That's how well you apply your intelligence. You know, and it's all encompassing. There's no people don't specialize in anything. If you're a genius, you know all about a lot of different things. You don't skimp on the knowledge, right? So you being a 200 IQ guy, I should probably take your word for whatever you say, right? That's what real patriots would do.
of everything. The first question
Rock, flag, and fucking eagle, baby.
we have to establish: does God exist?
Yes.
Okay, substantiate it.
Most of us have an IQ of 100. Score in the 140 range, and you're in the genius to near genius.
Okay, it's not a good sign that we've started by trying to lend credibility to the person claiming this. So,
Category.
it's not a good sign. It actually does the opposite of lending credibility. It would, in my opinion, reduce credibility. Well, IQ tests can't reliably measure IQ scores much above 160, so I don't know how they came up with the 200 IQ thing. Don't question them. It's Michael Knowles. He never lies. Okay? All right? He never lies. He was never in a softcore gay porn. Never. All right? You can't prove that he was. All right?
195 to 200. Well, you're talking 1 in several billion people.
Right. As Gorn was saying, that's a pretty small sample size for consistent numbers.
Now, historians figure that Einstein and Franklin scored about 160, Darwin 165, Galileo 185.
We spent 30 seconds making sure that everybody knows that this man is very smart.
Isaac Newton 190. That means Langdon could
Without
possibly
ever
be
actually,
the smartest person in the
you know,
world.
demonstrating that.
Welcome to Soul's Opinion. Today we're exploring the perspective of Chris Langan, a man with one of the highest IQs ever measured at 200. Using pure logic, Langan presents why God doesn't just exist as a matter of faith, but as a fun...
Which is why I think philosophical arguments to prove God are just bull fucking shit. I hate philosophy so much. Fuck you, philosophers. I mean, I get that we got a lot of like modern technological breakthroughs based on the concepts that philosophers laid out, you know, back in the ancient days. But I do not think that it is a good way to prove that God exists. Fucking philosophers.
Fundamental necessity of reality itself.
But reality has an identity. Okay? The identity is that as which something exists.
Oh, is he an astrophysicist? Is he a quantum... I'm sorry, is he a physicist? Is he a physicist? Is he a cosmologist? Is he... I don't think they ever say. Let's find out.
Okay. Matter of fact, when you say the word reality, you're naming an identity. You're identifying something. This.
Langan begins with a fundamental insight about reality itself. For reality to exist at all, it must have an identity, something that defines what it is. This identity isn't just a philosophical concept.
You have to
but a
trust me
logical
because
necessity.
I have
This
200
forms the
IQ
foundation of
points.
his proof for God's existence.
I'm smiling because your answer on this is so beautiful. It just reminds me of Moses at the burning bush.
It's not very manly or alpha to call another man beautiful. But I agree, he is beautiful. He's beautiful in his own way. Everyone's got some beauty to him.
And Moses at the burning bush says, "Who shall I tell the people that
Brain
you are
bush?
talking to God?"
It sounded like you said brain bush. And then the brain bush said...
Talking to God. And God says, "Tell them." And Moses said,
why can't I ever rewind it back enough, like far enough?
It just reminds me of Moses at the burning bush. And Moses
At the brain
says,
bush.
"Who shall I tell the people that you are talking to God?" And God says, "Tell them I am that I am."
That's right.
I am identity itself. I'm being himself.
Yeah, but couldn't he have been lying? Did anyone ever, like, conduct any kind of test to substantiate that the voice coming from the burning bush was God? Or, for that matter, were there ever any tests conducted to identify whether or not was it Gabriel was talking to John Smith? If you can't unprove it, it's probably true. Checkmate, atheists. Check fucking mate. Alright? Don't cyberbully me.
Exactly. That's exactly right. That's what the CTMU says. It just comes up with a mathematical structure that you need to build a reality out of that. You see? So you come up with that identity, and then you search it for its properties. You see, once you built the preliminary framework, then you start deducing the properties of this identity.
I'm hearing a lot of Terrence Howard bullshit here. This coming from a sub 200 IQ man. So, you know, don't take my word for it. Take an IQ test online and then prove him wrong yourself, if you feel so bold. I hear that pretty much anyone can do that. Let me see if I understand what he's saying.
You see?
I am that I am.
That's right.
I am identity itself. I'm being himself.
That's exactly right.
So he's going to try and make whatever Michael Knowles said sound fancy, is what I'm gathering. He's going to try and yuck it up. Not yuck it up. He's going to try and... Who the fuck voted for atheism, you assholes? One vote. Skippy. I'm looking at you. I'm looking at you, Skippy. I know you like to do a little trolling. I got my eyes on you. Even my lazy eye. Don't fudge with me.
Right. That's what the CTMU says. It just comes up with a mathematical structure that you need to build a reality out of that. You see? So you come up with that identity, and then you search it for its properties. You see, once you built the preliminary framework, then you start deducing the properties of this identity, and you find out that those properties match those of God as described in most of the world's major religions.
This connection.
So to translate from pretentious douchebag, it's, well, if you look at the evidence, God's proven to exist. That's all he said.
Into the biblical I am.
You put that identity
biblical
into a framework, into a mathematical framework, and then you can blah, 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 blah bullshit.
Isn't coincidental. When we use I am statements or affirmations, we're tapping into this same fundamental principle of identity.
I mean, I guess we're using the language that we evolved from grunts and groans. I guess the term I, like the word I, in reference to oneself does indicate, I mean, it's a pronoun, it does indicate identity, but I don't know how it's a fundamental framework of the universe since English hasn't really been around for that long. Are we just translating it directly? It feels like we're translating it directly into English.
Langan's mathematical model suggests that God as the ultimate identity isn't just religious symbolism, but a logical foundation of existence itself.
God properties of the central substance and central principle of reality, those properties are attributed to God, including...
I'm sorry, listen to the terms he just used. That didn't make any sense to me.
Reality, those properties are...
Of existence itself.
God properties of the central substance...
Properties of the central substance and central principle of reality, so whatever makes up reality...
Those properties are attributed to God.
Is God. So God made reality.
Including, of course, things like you have the three O's, omniscience, omnipotence, and omnipresence, but then you've also got consciousness. God has to be sentient. What is the universe?
Who says who?
Damned if I know.
You ever hear of the simulation hypothesis?
Yes.
Okay, well, the simulation hypothesis is basically the idea that the reality we see around...
So he's a man who just uses a bunch of what he thinks are big words that confuse people into believing what he's saying. Because this is... Again, this is like Terrence Howard level bullshit. 1 + 1 equals, or 1 × 1 = 2.
This physical reality is simulated on some sort of an automaton or a computer.
What do you mean? I hate to put it in...
Well, I mean, okay, here's the display. You realize the display contains states.
Yeah.
Okay, you see things, the objects contains it. States are static.
Yeah.
That's why they're called states.
Yeah.
Okay, static. How do they change? Well, they have to be processed. Something has to be processed.
Yeah.
What makes...
We're getting into fields that I know very little about. But I think what he just said was probably bullshit.
Well, they have to be processed. Something.
States have to be processed to change? So does that mean that when a solid turns to a liquid, is that what's happening? Is it being processed? Is that what a scientist would say? I've seen a lot of scientific documentaries. That doesn't make me an expert, but I don't think that I've ever really heard that before. Oh, well, this gas is being processed. I mean, unless you're talking about an artificial, like something in a lab, like when you're manufacturing things. But I don't think I've ever heard someone say that, oh, this ice is being processed into water by the, heat in the air, the ambient temperature.
Called states. Okay, static. How do they change? Well, they have to be processed. Something has to be processed.
Yeah.
What makes Langan's...
And even then, I think process is a verb, right? Well, it's also, I mean, you could say there is a process, but what I'm saying is to process something is like a verb. So he says that a process has to have something has to be processing something.
He begins with the logical requirements for reality.
I don't understand. That doesn't make sense to me.
When he examines what properties this fundamental identity must have, he finds they match precisely with traditional descriptions of God: all-knowing, all-powerful, everywhere present, and crucially.
What is he referring to? Where's the evidence that anything he's saying is correct?
Conscious. Langan uses the simulation analogy to illustrate a profound point. Reality consists of both what we experience...
We're just accepting that because it says 200 IQ in the title, and because they spent 30 seconds substantiating it in the very beginning by just saying what a high IQ is, and then introducing this man as a 200 IQ person, we're just supposed to take their word for it? And he's just saying word salads. He's saying, well, reality exists because God created it. Like legitimately, that was what he said. He just used 6 paragraphs with a bunch of fancy words that he learned in order to say that. And this is presented as what? This is something that we're supposed to believe? Like, there's no evidence for anything that they're saying. It's all just text on a screen.
the display, and the underlying processes that allow change and coherence. For reality to function, something must process these changes over time. This provides further...
How does that mean God, though? How do we get automatically to God? There's a gap there. There's a big gap.
evidence that a godlike entity is necessary for reality to exist as we experience it.
Okay, God provides the processing
Why?
for your state. You have an internal state, an external state. You're a material human being, right? But to explain how that is changing through time, and maintaining its coherence through time, even as it changes, that's what you need God for. You can establish a personal relationship with God.
Why?
We're images of God. You know what an image is? It's basically the product of a mapping. God maps himself into each human being, right? That's a very personal thing God is doing for us, right?
Here Langan completes his
Oh, for
logical
fuck's sake. And then he's just proselytizing. He's like, oh, isn't God great?
Our existence as conscious beings who maintain coherence through constant change requires this divine processor. And far from being distant or impersonal, this God creates us as reflections or mappings of itself. This 200 IQ perspective bridges the gap between cold logic and spiritual...
This 200 IQ perspective.
Wow. Suggesting that God's existence is both rationally necessary and deeply personal.
And there we go. That was the extent of this empirical information. Cool. Super glad that there was a lot of information in there that was substantive and not, trust me, bro. Super cool. Super cool. Real cool. Real great. I like shorts, but the ones on YouTube have just not been very good. The argument for God atheists fear the most. 1 year ago. That's not that long. That's fine.
Of all the different arguments for the existence of God, only one gets mentioned again and again by modern atheists as being a powerful proof for God's existence. And I won't leave you in suspense any longer. That argument is the fine-tuning argument for God's existence.
Nope. Sorry. We got a whole history of the fossil record that shows us exactly how things, not exactly, but it shows us with enough certainty how things evolved on Earth. There's plenty of proof for evolution. I say that as just a random fucking guy. Don't take a lot of smarts to know it.
It goes like this. According to the fine-tuning argument, the odds the universe's laws of physics would be life permitting are almost zero. They're like the odds of winning 10 games of poker in a row.
That's why it's so special, because out of all the random shit that could have happened in the universe, life came up. Kind of cool. Should make you feel pretty special, pretty unique.
All with royal flushes. If you suspect design in the case of that winning streak, then you should suspect a similar design in the far more...
Right, so create a metaphor that makes no sense and then debunk that instead of actually talking about the matter at hand. That's cool.
Probable laws that govern our universe.
Super
but first,
cool,
let's take a
dude.
look at what atheists say about the fine-tuning argument and why so many people find it compelling. And then I'll address a relatively new objection to the argument that I haven't covered before in previous episodes.
I already said what most people have said in trying to refute the fine-tuning argument. It really is just very simple to see the line of evolution, like kind of how the eye formed, the lung formed, the heart formed, all that shit. Like we know of the history of those things, like, and we can at least posit with decent enough certainty. Universe is a pretty big thing. It's real big. It's real big. One could say gigantic.
First, here's Richard Dawkins.
When you come on later to the origin of the physical constants, now that's getting warm, that's getting close to a good argument.
And here's the late atheist Christopher Hitchens.
Essentially, it says, why are conditions so optimal for life in this terrestrial orb? Fine-tuning. And I was surprised to find that Richard was impressed by that too. I mean, we know what the arguments against it are, and I can challenge you if you're right. And I consider them to be pretty conclusive arguments, but there is something that has to impress you. I mean, the likelihood that there could be nothing is so strong, but not to be impressed by the fact that we are here.
Yeah, I'm gonna edit it down for time. That's usually why people take these, clips and edit them when they're trying to make a point that they can't substantiate.
too easily unimpressed.
At some point, certainly, we all ask,
Just
well, which
using
is the best
pattern
argument you've yet come
recognition.
up against from the other side. And I think every one of us takes the fine-tuning one as the most intriguing.
The Goldilocks.
Yeah.
Here's Rationality Rules admitting that many people find the argument persuasive.
Overall, based exclusively on my own conviction, I place fine-tuning arguments in either B or C tier. But since
Right,
so many
when
others
you're
find them
being-
persuasive, especially intuitively persuasive,
Come on,
I'm happy to
hello.
bump them to A tier.
Okay. I don't know why pausing took that long. I mean, yeah, when you're being forced to rate arguments, sure. Probably one of the more impressive ones, but it's still debunked. That doesn't really give anyone any more additional credibility. It just kind of puts the argument to bed, seemingly.
They are, I freely admit, compelling arguments.
An atheist YouTuber named Genetically Modified Skeptic says,
Finally, we're up to S tier, where only the most effective arguments belong. At this tier,
Right. When rating arguments,
I'm going to place the teleological argument, specifically the argument from fine-tuning. Given its high intuitiveness, its ability to turn its fallacy into a cheap victory to some, its incredible...
it means that they're giving you guys grace. They're trying to come at this from your perspective. And I think it shows a lot about their thought process when they're making their normal content, that they're still trying to consider your perspective when talking about how it's wrong, or how they believe it's wrong, or how they intend to push back.
communicability and its refutation-resisting ability of turning any challenge into an attack on its user's existential security, the teleological argument belongs in S tier.
Alex O'Connor and Joe Schmidt rank the fine-tuning argument as an
in the field of arguments. If they're all bad, you can't just be like, well, which one's the best one? Which one's the best one of the bad ones? I would say it's not worth, debating, but they make money off of this content, so it's totally worth making a video on. Hell yeah. More power to them. Get that bag.
A or top level argument, because the alternative explanations for the universe's fine-tuning often don't seem very plausible.
It just seems a bit less plausible. I mean, it almost tells us something's, I don't know, something's up, something's going on, something strange about our universe, maybe. Something about the universe is in a way that it could very easily have not been, at least epistemic. That seems difficult to explain. Yeah. Then, okay, sure, you know what? Fine.
A tier
We're
it
shaking
is.
it. A tier.
A tier it is.
Fine-tuning argument for the existence of God.
When specifically discussing how you would rate arguments.
Tier A.
Also, fun fact, this was filmed at Cameron Bertuzzi's house, and Cameron and I were downstairs
I mean, I know
during
that's
this
what the
interview
title
until we
says.
crashed.
I know the title says, like, the argument for God, or that atheists fear the most, but the way he's presenting it is that it's just the be-all, end-all, like the bunker buster of all arguments.
Well, part of it. Finally, the philosopher Philip Goff
Really
was once
not.
an atheist, but the fine-tuning of the laws of nature and the universe was one of the pieces of evidence that led him to believe in panpsychism instead of atheism, or the view that consciousness is a fundamental part of reality. And from there, he eventually came to accept a very liberal form of Christianity that, in part, denies God's omnipotence because of the problem of evil.
So he deconstructed, became more educated, and finally just kind of found his comfortable niche in the universe. Sounds like a really romantic story. I like that. Good ending.
The fine-tuning of the universe is something that kept Goff from fully embracing an atheistic, purposeless universe, as he describes in his 2023 book, Why? The Purpose of the Universe. I think many people consider the fine-tuning argument persuasive because when people see...
God forbid that somebody who is an atheist, or what was a Christian is an atheist, then is a Christian, or something, goes back and forth, would then argue, in worst case scenario, in bad faith, I don't know him, so I don't know for sure, but it's not that hard to believe that somebody could be capable of doing that, capitalizing on the, on the grift, as it were.
Evidence for the existence of God, they want something that seems like it cannot have any natural explanation. One time when I was debating Dan Barker on the existence of God, he told me he would believe God
Consciousness
exists.
isn't even necessary for intelligence, much less any other structured concept in the universe. Yeah. Sentient is also another good justification for why morals are subjective, because we look at sentient animals and we're like, oh, do we want to harm that? And some of us do, but some of us don't.
If I could guess what Dan had written inside of an envelope.
So what would convince me to change my mind would be for you to ask God to tell his audience what's written on this sheet of paper here. Does God know it?
Yeah, I mean, I think it's quite possible that demanding that God perform in real time is probably a weak argument to debunk his existence. I know that I have often stated that if God's omniscient, omnipresent, all-powerful, all good, yada yada, then he could just snap his fingers and make anything he wants happen. But I don't think that's what a lot of Christians argue. So that's why I don't think that. I understand that it's useful to people in general to call something out that's a scam, because it's like, you guys claim that he's all powerful, omniscient, omnipresent, all good, and like now you're pulling back the curtain on the Wizard of Oz. That's fine. It's good for activism purposes, absolutely. But it's definitely not going to convince anyone who believes, A, and B, it's only going to entrench the person that you're arguing with, because you're making light of it. You're trying to make fun. They see like you're trying to make fun of God by saying, well, can't he just perform like a trained monkey now? And they don't see him like that. You know, they see him as the ultimate father figure, you know, so they would never want to disrespect him like that. So it's just, I don't know. I think it's a weak argument in a debate setting like this.
Sounds like you would think that David Blaine is God.
Does God know it?
Does God know what is written on that paper?
Yes.
I can't see what's on there, but did you
I know,
write
but inside of it.
Yeah. Little slimy. Does God know what's on this paper? Oh, well, I can't see it. Okay. I would hope that he would have just kept hammering that question. Does God know? Does God know?
inside of it? Does he know what's written there? Yes, he does.
Okay, does God answer prayers?
He answers.
Yes, but sometimes he says no.
So will you ask, well, you're asking me.
Right. My argument to this would be, but if we're in a hall full of people, some influential people may watch, you and I are presumably influential people, wouldn't it make sense, in order to bring people to him, God might honor this test of his existence? Wouldn't he be able to affect something in some small way that at least proves to people who don't already believe, but also reassures the belief of the people who already do, in this room where there are people who can go and then spread the word that God is then real? Wouldn't that be like a pretty big win for Christianity? That would be my argument.
So you are asking me what it would take.
Yeah.
And so if God answers prayer, as the Bible says, and if you believe that, and if he knows everything and he knows what's on this, I would like you to pray and ask God to tell you
So
what is
let me understand, we have 15 seconds left. If Jesus appeared and performed a miracle for you, you would ask God to apologize. But if I could do a magic trick, you would
It's not a
you would
magic
become
trick.
Christian.
It's not a magic trick.
Now suppose I correctly guessed what Barker had written.
I think those are two separate issues. A, it's not a magic trick. He really is trying to substantiate the existence of God. That's the goal of the debate. So why can't he just prove that he exists and put it all to bed?
So you are asking me what it would take.
Yeah.
And so if God answers prayer, as the Bible says, and if you believe that, and if he knows everything and he knows what's on this, I would like you to pray and ask God to tell you
So
what is
let me understand, we have 15 seconds left. If Jesus appeared and performed a miracle for you, you would ask God to apologize. But if I could do a magic trick, you would
It's not a
you would
magic
become
trick.
Christian.
It's not a magic trick.
Now suppose I correct.
So, I mean, he didn't address the first one, but believing that something is real doesn't mean you automatically start worshiping them. You can, in fact, also be very angry at them if you determine that they're real, and you know for a fact that they didn't step in at any of the times in history when they could have to prevent mass innocent death. Plain and simple.
Correctly guessed what Barker had written. Why would that be impressive? Because the odds of getting that correct by chance alone are so small that chance is not a plausible explanation. Instead, there must be some kind of design. But if an atheist reaches that conclusion with the
Incredulity, right? There's no way that could be true, so it's got to be something else. Care to elaborate? Just because it seems ridiculous doesn't mean it's not possible. There's a less than zero, or there's a more than 0% chance again that I could just clip through the floor right now. Does that give me existential terror? Yes. Do I think it's ever going to happen? No. But it could. It could. I live in terror every day. Anywho, I have to pee. I gotta pee. I gotta get some more water. I'll be right back. Oh, I gotta pee. it almost fell. All right. Oh yeah, I keep forgetting. I wanted to change the information on the Twitch. Where is it? Where is it? Is it on here and I just don't see it? Stats? No. Elements Control Center? I don't know what any of this stuff is. I don't know what any of these settings are. Twitch chat? We'll just go to the actual website. I just want to make sure that the title there is current. If you're just joining. Oh god, if you're just joining, welcome. Stick around for a bit. Etc. Oh, that's why the category was never actually Slaying the Spire. Isn't that always the way? You know? Anna? Sorry, it's hard to walk, talk, and chew bubblegum at the same time. What's more cringe, manifesting or Christianity? I mean, neither really is going to land you riches unless you have the resources to just make it happen.
Envelope example, why not reach it with the even more highly improbable case of fine-tuned constants in a life-permitting universe? Now keep in mind that...
I mean, I've reacted to this guy before. Save and quit. I just like as per usual, I'm getting distracted by the actual topic that seems like is more important to discuss. You know? Oh, hang on. Sorry, now it just means I gotta adjust my little canvas here. All right. Oh, but it doesn't still say that. Yeah, news. Okay, good. Blah, blah, blah.
That fine-tune does not mean optimally designed. If it did, the argument would beg the question. Because the universe's laws of physics were
darn, you snuck under the radar with that. You know, we almost caught you in a fallacy, but you made sure to head it off at the pass. It's still a fallacy. That doesn't change, so. I mean, you know what? It's fine. You don't have to be right all the time. Nobody has to be right all the time. You know? People like to be right. I love to be right, you know? Especially when it's like vindication. Vindication! You know? It's real nice. Real nice. You gotta love it. What do we want our background to be? How about... office background. We'll make it a fun office ambiance. No, this makes my soul kind of die a little bit. I don't think I want to see just like an office that it's all like soulless corporate startups. Ugh. I really enjoyed this cozy fireplace. Yeah. This one. How do I... where... here. There you go. Yep. It's so warm. It's so warm and inviting. You know? It's pretty nice. I think it's nice. Now, where's our video? There it is. Nope, can't do that. Sorry, hang on the vertical. There we go. And I'll move it so that you can see the fireplace. It's a beautiful fireplace. Very toasty. Very toasty and roasty. Alright? Enjoy. And we want to reset that transform. Shablam! Nope. Not that one. Why you do this? It's because this thing's like, it's basically a web window, so it's like, I have to just kind of deal with its foibles. Transform, reset transformation. There you go. We also want to make sure that that is that one. And press open. There we go. We did it. Guys, we did it. Hello, everyone. Guys, hello, we did it. Hello, guys, hello, and we did it. All right. Shablam. Shablamarama. That way I can actually see it. I feel like this is too loud. The fire is too loud. It's so loud in my ear right now. Alright, guys. We haven't yet answered the question, especially in the poll. Let's, you know. Let's get an answer to that question. Which is more evil? Christianity or conservatives? It's liable to be contentious. It's a bit of a question there. It's a bit of a question. It's the trademark goose shit stirrup. The classic. I'm trying to stall so I can do this. Because I keep getting distracted. It's very hard to do this. Like, I can multitask normally. Not this tired. And I'm very tired. Alright, I think we did it.
optimally designed, it follows the universe was optimally designed. Well, that's not a good proof of the existence of God. This opens up the objection that nearly all of the universe is hostile to life. It doesn't seem optimally designed for life. But the fine-tuning argument does not say the universe is maximally.
The universe is, I mean, in outer space, like, you can't exactly just kind of walk out there without a spacesuit, right? It's pretty hostile.
Or optimally designed for life. Fine-tuning is a neutral term. It just means that of all the possible values of the constants in the laws of physics, the range that are life-permitting are really, really small. The fact that the constants fall within this incredibly narrow range is wildly surprising if atheism is true and the universe has no ultimate purpose. But it's not surprising if theism is true and God created the universe for...
Right, so you're saying that peace of mind is better than seeking the truth.
Life like us. Now, I personally was not a big fan of the fine-tuning argument in the past because I prefer the evidence for God be directly accessible, like seeing contingent objects or changing things around us or directly accessing our moral intuitions. But while the rare life-permitting values of the constants and the laws of physics were discovered just a few decades ago,
I like how he just throws that one away like it's real.
people had an understanding of an argument like this long before that discovery. For example, the 18th century Anglican scholar William Paley wrote a defense of God's existence that many people remember for its so-called watchmaker argument. It goes like this. Just as the complexity of a watch in the sand points to a watchmaker, the complexity in the world around us points to a universe maker. Now, many atheists reply to Paley by saying that
the reason that's one of the most well-known fallacies is because it is a fallacy. That means that it's a claim that's, like, you know, probably not very credible. Maybe not used to prove things anymore. I want to, you know, chill on that.
Theory of evolution allows living creatures to naturally become more complex over time, which is something machines like watches cannot do.
I just got an idea. Here we go. I just typed in atheists are evil. See, now we're actually getting into arguments. Whatever, fuck it. If that how it be,
the universe,
that how it be.
But have you heard of the multiverse? Proponents of the multiverse claim that there's a vast, possibly infinite array of other universes different from our own. The multiverse typically comes up in discussions between theists and atheists. Discussions.
Does it? I don't think I've ever heard a Christian talk. I have never had a conversation with a Christian where they've talked to me about the multiverse.
It's about what's
so I don't know if that's a common topic to come up in conversation.
Called the fine-tuning of the cosmos. Theists point out
You're not smarter just because you don't sound smarter just because you said cosmos.
That the universe is finely tuned for intelligent life. They say that the odds of getting a universe like ours are so staggeringly small, we can't be here by chance. Atheists respond by claiming that if there's actually an infinite array of...
Not sure how you get to the books above the thing. If it's in a universe where magic exists, come on. You're just gonna magic that shit down. You know? Wingardium Leviosa. Wingardium Leviosa. The wizard probably has an unseen servant or something you can fetch the books for him. Yeah. Or the books are been... Oh, shit! Or the books have been enchanted. Bet you didn't know about that. Alright? Enchanted books. Ah, my old bones. Ow!
of universes, well, it's not so improbable that at least one of them would be capable of supporting intelligent life. In fact, many of them might be capable of supporting intelligent life. With infinity on your side...
Are you saying planets or universes?
Capable of supporting only small, we can't be here by chance. Atheists respond by claiming that if there's actually an infinite array of universes, well, it's not so improbable that at least one of them would be capable of supporting intelligent life. And
I don't know that I've ever heard that before. I know that people argue about planets not being able to support life, But I think if one universe is capable of having all the conditions that come together to form life present, then any universe is. And I'm sure that if infinity is on your side, then A, there's definitely a universe where life just doesn't exist, but also B, there's a universe in which God doesn't exist. So you'd have to admit that God isn't omnipresent, clearly, nor outside of time and space, which is just such a fucking platitude that people use all the goddamn
In fact,
time.
many of them might be capable of support.
Seems like your on-screen chat is frozen. God damn it! I'm an old man. I shouldn't be expected to know how to work these things. Reset cache. See if that helps. It helped last time. Me, I don't know.
Intelligent life. With infinity on your side, so much is possible.
Yeah, infinity means everything's possible, which means that atheism is possible. Or that God not existing in a universe is possible.
But wait a
Interesting how that works.
moment. Theists have infinity on our side. So if atheists
Right.
think it's reasonable to appeal to an infinite array of universes to explain the features of our universe, obviously they shouldn't have any objection if theists do the exact same thing.
Nope. No objection. We're in hypothetical territory here, so anything you say is unsubstantiated. As long as you understand that, then yeah, it's fine.
What do I mean here? I mean that theists can offer a multiverse response to what's called the problem of...
I feel like we're creating a straw man here. I don't think I've ever heard... Oh my gosh, I don't think I've ever heard an atheist trying to argue that infinite universes exist. I guess I think that sounds like a pretty decent argument against God, because if everything is infinite and every possibility is accounted for, then of course there's a reality in which God doesn't exist. Of frickin' course. Also, that argument is essentially an argument for the universe being a simulation as much as an argument for existence of God. Yeah. And I think that the best way to have these discussions is to accept that anything is a possibility, right? To accept that it could be an alien that seeded the world with life. It could be space farts. It could be, I don't know. Test. Oh, I think one of the things came up on the chat window, if you will. But it's behind my head. I don't know if your test. Yeah, test came up. That's on the vertical view, I think. I can point to it. See that? See how fancy that is? I can point. Look at all these words. Is my arm behind the words? Oh, my head's behind the words. The magic of technology. $12 in green fabric. That's pretty magical. 25 minutes ago. I'm thinking maybe my Twitch isn't cooperating fully with whatever's going on.
evil, or the argument from evil, and that atheists, if they're consistent, can't really object to our multiverse response. Let's see how this works. First, we'll make sure everyone understands the fine-tuning argument. Then we'll cover the multiverse response.
Gosh, you know, it's almost like it's really consistent with almost every video that I see where people try to argue for the existence of God. They use fine-tuning. Weird, isn't it? It's almost like they have really limited arguments because they base their entire belief system on a book. Crazy, right? Isn't that weird? Isn't that like so super strange, you guys? Isn't that like just so super strange? You know, it feels almost coincidental. You know, almost. I wouldn't know. I'm just a stupid atheist. I don't know. You know?
Response to the fine-tuning argument. Then we'll make sure everyone understands the problem of evil. And finally, we'll present the multiverse response to the problem of evil.
Sure.
So, fine-tuning.
To the problem of evil. I sorry? What? Guys, it looks like there's like 7 viewers. I'm sure someone has something to say about this besides cynical. He's been the only one talking up this entire time. All right, guys, come on. Take on that responsibility. And if you happen to be atheist, then look at those Christian channels that all talk shit about atheists. They got so many more subscribers to me. Why don't you help me combat them a little bit? Let's shore up those numbers, all right? Okay? I shouldn't have to say like and subscribe, but I end up having to because, you know, it tends to be a good strategy. Because I think people forget. You know? I don't know. It's a possibility. I could just be talking out of my ass right now. You wouldn't know because you stopped cyberbullying me. All right? Also, if life exists, it does. Some of it has to happen first since linear time is a thing post-Big Bang. And space is big, so we don't even really know how rare it is anyway. Well, yeah. There's a lot of unanswered questions that don't just immediately point to God. I guess it's my overall point. That's my favorite argument.
A fish tank. I was about 7 years old, and my friend Todd...
Ah, right. Let's craft a metaphor. That just kind of seems to be how it always shakes out, but I'm willing to hear it.
A fish tank with a bunch of fish for Christmas. We were using the fish tank thermometer as a torch.
Guys, right now on the poll it says that atheism's more evil than Christianity. That is objectively untrue. Can we fix that, please?
Torpedo to try to hit the fish, and Todd broke the thermometer. All his fish died in the next few days. Why? Because the tank had to be kept at a specific temperature for the fish to survive.
Okay.
The temperature had to be finely tuned, but not nearly as finely tuned as the universe. The fundamental structure of the universe has to be finely tuned for intelligent life. The forces and constants of physics, certain physical quantities, the ratios between the masses of atomic particles, and the properties of elements and compounds have to be just right, or we wouldn't be here. Consider some of the forces of nature. Without gravity, there'd be no planets, stars, or galaxies, and I wouldn't even be able to sit in this chair. Without the strong nuclear force, protons and neutrons...
I mean, you would. Do you think that everything just falls when there's no gravity? I don't think that's how it works, my dude. You would be able to sit in your chair. Your chair might not stay on the ground because there'd be no gravity.
Neutrons wouldn't hold together in the nucleus of an atom, and hydrogen would be the only...
Do you see what happens when I talk I always mention that it seems like people get way too much into nuance when their whole entire gig is trying to prove whether or not God's real. Doesn't this overcomplicate things? Like, can't you just look for evidence of whether or not God's real?
Table. Without the electromagnetic force, there'd be no chemical interactions between atoms, and the molecules necessary for life couldn't form. But the fact...
That's why the formation of life is so fucking special. That's why it's so fucking cool that we came about the way that we did. Seemingly randomly. Pretty fucking cool. That makes us cool and special and unique. I think it's cool. I don't know.
That we have
apparently
the
Christians
necessary
don't.
forces isn't nearly as surprising as the fine-tuning of the numbers that physicists plug into the laws of nature. These are the constants of physics: the cosmological constant, the gravitational constant, the strong force constant, the fine structure constant. These numbers...
The last one sounded like bullshit to me, but I am not a whatever specialization would make me a professional in this. It just sounds like bullshit.
Could have had a wide range of values, and yet the values they actually have fall into the extremely narrow range that make biological life possible. Part of the reason we're alive is that the universe turned out just right for life. Should we attribute this to chance? Did we just get lucky? Well, suppose a murderous psychopath locks you in a room, puts a gun to your head, and hands you 2 dice. He says, if you roll double sixes, I'll let you live. If you roll anything else, you're dead. Now, roll. So, you roll the dice. Huh. Double sixes. Man, that was lucky. Then he tells you to do it again. Double sixes again, or you're dead. Roll them again. Huh.
I mean, it's a very scary hypothetical. I don't like the lore of this universe. It's making me feel very unsafe. Very uncomfortable. I didn't hear the setup to all this.
Nearly as surprising as the fine-tuning of the numbers that physicists plug in the
He's still on the he's still on fine-tuning.
range. Roll double sixes, I'll let you live.
Here we go. Okay, here we
To
go.
your head and hands you 2 dice.
Okay.
He says, if you roll double sixes, I'll let you live. If you roll anything else, you're dead. Now, roll. So, you roll the dice. Huh. Double sixes. Man, that was lucky. Then he tells you, do it again. Double sixes again, or you're dead. Roll them again. Huh. Double sixes. That was really lucky. But what if it keeps...
Oh, God, make a point.
He makes you roll again and again and again. And day after day, year after year, you keep rolling the numbers necessary for life. Your life. Does there ever come a point where you say, come on, the dice are loaded? If the answer is yes, if there are...
What? I mean, let's talk purely about this scenario, the imaginary scenario that we're in. I would probably be doing something like, please, sir, please don't fucking kill me. I don't know why I'm so lucky this close to the end of my life. I don't know. I keep rolling sixes. Please don't fucking kill me. I don't know if I would be worried about whether the dice are rigged. Unless he said, those dice are fucking rigged. I'm gonna fucking kill you. I'm gonna fucking shoot you in the fucking head right now. I'm gonna fucking shoot you in the head. Those are fucking rigged. You know what I mean? Pretty much exactly like that, I would say.
There are limits to what can reasonably be described as luck, then we have to believe that someone had us in mind when the universe was created, because the odds of getting a life-permitting universe by chance are a lot worse than rolling double sixes a bunch of times.
Which again should make us feel pretty special that we got this chance at life. I think attributing that to a creator is passing the buck in the worst way. Like, it's shifting the good vibes that you should be giving yourself, the sense of satisfaction of being a unique creature in this universe. That would feel pretty cool, I would assume, you know? My water heater is giving me guff again. Because it's cold outside. That's not my fault. Right? It's cold outside and it can't keep up with heating the apartment. That's not my fault. Stop yelling at me, water heater. Okay? Stop yelling at me. I don't deserve it.
As the late astrophysicist Sir Fred Hoyle said, a common sense interpretation of the facts suggests that a super intellect has monkeyed with physics, as well as chemistry and biology, and that there are no blind forces worth speaking about in nature. But atheists have a response. It's the multiverse response. If there are a lot of universes, then maybe the odds of getting a life-permitting universe aren't so bad. Think about it. If you're only dealt 5 cards in a hand of poker, and it's the only poker hand you're ever dealt, it would be extremely improbable for you to get a royal flush. But if you're dealt 1,000,000 hands, and one of them is a royal flush, well, that's not improbable at all, because the odds of getting a royal flush...
So, I mean, we've said like numerous times how improbable it is for something to happen randomly. It feels like one of the most, I would say, impassioned emotional appeals from Christians to atheists is that life almost seems to mean nothing in their perspective, like from their point of view in terms of atheism. But this makes me feel more sad for Christians because it really is like kind of a bleak view. Like, you truly believe that there are people who believe that there's
about 1 in 650,000.
that
So, odds of getting
to me, it's not a point of pride. It's not something to smile about, thinking that this is all just, you know, random and that we aren't special. Like, instead we have someone who just plopped us here. That to me is not fulfilling. That doesn't make me feel comfortable. I don't know. I mean, I know that I'm in, I think, the minority.
a royal flush when dealt just 5
I'm okay with
cards
it.
are about 1 in 650,000. So, while a life-permitting universe may seem extremely improbable given the odds of the laws of nature being just right for life, what happens if there are an infinite number of universes? If there are an infinite number of universes, each with its own variations in the laws of nature...
See, he's taking it in a direction that I don't think anybody else is going to.
Suddenly, it's not as surprising that we hit the jackpot in ours. Problem solved, right? Not quite. There are all kinds of objections to the multiverse response, but I'm going to ignore all of them. Let's just grant that it's perfectly acceptable to appeal to an infinite array of unobserved, undetectable universes to explain certain features of our universe. The point
But, no, you're about to defeat your own fucking stance, dude.
I want to make in this video is that if our atheist friends get to appeal to the multiverse to respond to an argument, it's only fair that we also get to appeal to the...
Why did it take you 6 fucking minutes to say this? This is the crux of your entire argument. Well, if you guys get to have Shield plus 1,000, we get to too.
Multiverse to respond to an argument, right? That's fair, isn't it, atheists? You don't want to be hypocrites, do you?
Right, such a fucking, like... I don't want to say that this person's a piece of shit, but how slimy is it to be like, right, isn't it only fair? You wouldn't want to be hypocrites now, would you? Like, why be so nasty? Which side of the bed did you wake up on today, sir?
Thank you.
I'm going to guess it was the wrong one.
Consistency. All right. Now, the main argument against the existence of God is called the problem of evil, or the argument...
What?
From evil. Here, evil doesn't just include what we normally think of as evil, namely moral evil. It also includes all kinds of human and animal suffering, what we call natural evil.
I mean, what you guys believe is moral evil is gay sex, being trans. So, I don't know if I'd take your guys' word for what is evil and what isn't.
There are many versions of the argument from evil. The idea, generally, is that if an all-powerful, all-knowing, perfectly good being exists, there shouldn't be so much suffering in our world.
Yep, that's a good argument.
God could do a better job. Theists often respond to the argument from evil by offering philosophical or theological reasons for God
Right. So garbage takes.
to allow, or sometimes to produce, the bad things we see around us. Philosophical reasons for God to allow suffering are called theodicies. Examples
Right.
of popular theodicies are free will theodicies,
Right.
allows us to do evil things because free will is important, and
Uh-huh.
soul-building theodicies,
Uh-huh.
suffering actually causes us to grow morally and spiritually and to
So the babies had to die. Cool.
develop virtues like courage and compassion. There are dozens of theodicies that are meant to explain various kinds of evil and suffering. Then there are
Mhm.
theological explanations, which would be things like human beings have rebelled against God, and at least some of the bad things that happen in this world are the result of that rebellion.
I feel like this is like when people say that, oh, well, humans have sinned. They've been bad. I feel like there's a bit of a daddy kink cropping up there. Especially among the middle-aged white Christian men. Or men, yeah, you get what I'm saying. Heterosexual. Just saying.
Atheists answer these philosophical and theological reasons for suffering by saying, in effect, are these things really so important to God that he has to allow this mess we see around us? Is free will so important to God that he has to allow human trafficking?
I mean, I hate just throwing this out there, but God is so powerful that he could make a scenario in which two opposites are true, in which two things that are completely mutually exclusive can be true, can happen. If he can do anything, he can do that. So he can still have he can still give you free will and also make PDF files not exist or make slavery not cool in the 10 Commandments. Or, you know, just say casually, like, hey guys, please don't grape. You know, please. It's not cool. You know, but he didn't. Seems like a big red flag.
Soul building, so important to God that we need hurricanes. Is punishing us for rebellion so important to God that animals need to get caught in the crossfire? And then theists would argue.
He's gonna say yes, but he's gonna do some twists and turns.
That these things really are that important. But I'm not going to go
Okay, well, I guess not. He just flat out said yes. Okay.
in that direction. I'm just going to do what atheists do.
Okay, so
I'm going to
he didn't.
offer
He,
the
I'm not going
multiverse
to
response
capitulate
the
to that.
problem of evil. I'm simply going to say, what if God created a multiverse? What if God created an infinite array of universes?
Okay, then who created God? Actually, God didn't need to be created, okay? He's just outside of time and space, and he's outside of reality. He doesn't need to be created. Oh. Hypocrites.
God certainly has the power to do that. Suppose God created each universe with different features. Perhaps the vast majority of alternative universes are the hedonistic paradises that atheists say God should have made. But in our universe, God did things a little differently. He gave people a great deal of free will. He made a place where lots of things go wrong so that people can develop virtues like courage and
Right. Again, if he's all-powerful, omniscient, can do anything he wants, can do anything. Break reality if he wants to. I mean, he could have just made all the stuff that, you know, we shouldn't have in reality. We could have just, like, made that go away.
deal of free will. He made a place where lots of things go wrong so that people...
He didn't have to have things go wrong in order to teach people a lesson. He chose to do that. It would actually, I would assume, be even more of a dickhead move to be the kind of person who can determine whatever reality you want, and you choose to have a world, you choose to make a world in which slavery is just the accepted thing. Seems kind of shitty. Just gonna go out on a limb and say it. Seems a little shitty. A little shitty. I wish I could pet a kitty. And I'd name him Ted. Alright? Ted the cat. That would be on his official birth certificate. Ted the cat.
can develop virtues like courage and compassion. He punished rebellion.
Right, I mean, he could have just willed those into people's minds. Because he's God.
Can you really say that God couldn't do this in just one?
No, you can't say he couldn't do it. He can do it. He's God. He's omniscient. He's all-powerful, right? That's what you guys believe. Operates outside of time and space. Can do whatever he wants. It's your guy. This is your guy. My dude. This is your guy. Okay? Okay there, my dude?
The infinite universe.
This is your fucking guy.
On what basis can you say that he couldn't? Your feelings? Why should your feelings about the multiverse response to the problem of evil bother us any more than our feelings about the multiverse response to cosmic fine-tuning bother you? Or are you going to say that there's something really, really weird about appealing to an infinite array of unobservable, undetectable, alternative universes to explain away the features of the one we actually observe? Too late to say that now. The problem of evil has been defeated. All thanks to the multiverse. I don't make the rules, atheists. I just enforce them. By the way, if you'd like a fuller introduction
Dear
to
God.
cosmic fine-tuning, be sure to check out William Lane Craig's excellent animated video on the fine-tuning of the universe.
Sorry, I wanted to listen to his summary again. Checkmate, atheists!
Array of unobservable, undetectable, alternative universes to explain away the features of the one we actually observe.
First, how many atheists are actually saying that? I would say not a majority, because I've never heard anyone try to use the multiverse as an argument to disprove God, but that's just one atheist. I don't know. We don't go to clubs.
Too late to say that now.
You didn't gotcha anybody. You sound like a fucking goober. That's like someone yelling at a wall and then going like, and that, and take that, and don't fucking forget it, and then walking away triumphantly. Ah. My heart goes out to the man.
Problem of evil has been defeated. All thanks to the multiverse. I don't make the rules, atheists. I just enforce them.
But you didn't work within the framework. You didn't work within what? You didn't address any of the actual things that people said. Certainly didn't address the things I said. All right? Now, why not, good sir? I'll wait for your response. You better, oh, that's right. This is a video. He's not, okay. He's not here. That's right. What can you do, you know? Oh, here we go. Yeah, atheism is the reason for all the bad in the world. Yeah, sure. Let's learn something, guys.
We're in the book of Psalms, Psalm 53 to be exact. The Bible says
Okay, we start with the Bible. That's not a good sign.
Fool hath said in his heart, there is no God. Corrupt are they, and have done abominable iniquity. There is none that doeth good. God looked down from heaven upon the children of men to see if there were any that did understand, that did seek God. Every one of them is gone back. They are altogether become filthy. There is none that doeth good, no, not one. And we'll go to the New Testament to show you the reference there. Romans, the book of Romans.
What do you want to bet he just like bought a yellow highlighter? Either a long time ago or directly before this video, which is more likely. And then just like did like a block highlighting of all the passages that he like thought were. Because do you see, like, I mean, this could have been over a long period of time, but I don't see any lines in between the. It doesn't look like he was doing that horizontally. He could have been doing it vertically. I don't know.
Chapter 3.
I don't want to rule it out.
We'll begin in verse 10, right here. As it is written, there is none righteous, no, not one. There is none that understandeth, there is none that seeketh after God. They are all.
There is no one righteous, no one, not one. There's none that understandeth, there's none that seeketh after God. They are all gone and come up. All gone out of the way, they are together become unprofitable. There is none that doeth good, no, not one. What are these? What is this? What are these notes here? Are they denoting the chapter and passage? What is happening? Useless? What is that? Is that not weird? Which version of the Bible is that? Something with a lot of explainers on it. Anyway.
Or they are all gone out of the way. They are together become unprofitable. There is none that doeth good, no, not one. Their throat is an open sepulchre. With their tongues they have used deceit. The poison of asps is under their lips. Whose mouth is full of cursing and bitterness. Their feet are swift to shed blood. Destruction and misery are in their ways. In the way of peace have they not known. There is no fear of God before their eyes. So there you have what the King James Bible says about atheism. God doesn't think too highly of atheists.
What?
People that go out and they say that there is no God. The Bible calls them fools.
A small note. Yet again. That's not usually what atheists believe. They themselves don't believe in God. They don't necessarily en masse believe that there is no God. Some people are agnostic atheists. Some people like just don't believe in God and are not sure whether or not he exists. I think I probably fall into that category. But again, him being real doesn't mean he's worth being followed. Doesn't mean he's worth being worshipped. I don't have a problem with the concept of a creator. Well, yeah, me neither. But that argument doesn't in any way prove that one exists, right? The multiverse. Okay. Anything's possible. Thanks. Very useful. Appreciate it.
Fools, and that they are corrupt and abominable. And when you study thousands of years of the history of mankind,
You read a passage of the Bible. You weren't studying thousands of years of the history of mankind. Woo!
We'll see that whenever people give up their belief in God, they soon degenerate into a animal-like state, which is funny because atheists teach that they are animals. They're just another mammalian.
Yeah. Pretty well substantiated. We are members of the animal kingdom. That doesn't diminish any stance in Christianity. Not from what I understand. I think that's a weird hiccup. I think it's a weird hitch. Like people just refuse to believe that they come from the animal kingdom. How the fuck do you think we classify species on the planet? Are you a fucking plant? Are you a rock? Are you a gaseous cloud? Are you a ball of plasma? No, fuck you.
In species or something like this. So they really shouldn't get offended by me calling them animals because they confess it them.
Yeah, I think those are meant two different ways. The way that you mean it is that they're degenerate, subhuman, not worthy of being saved. That's how you mean it. We just mean that that's a classification of where we stand in terms of plants fucking vegetables and minerals and shit. So, you're being a real big dickhole. Real big dickhole.
Themselves.
Almost
Funny
irredeemably.
how that works. But I did a video a number of years ago about the fact that atheists are just actually Luciferians. They
Yeah, no. If you don't believe in God, you don't believe in the devil.
The satanic philosophy that Satan came out with in the very beginning in the Garden of Eden, that's actually what atheists believe. They believe...
No. I mean, just plain no. Atheists don't believe in God. They don't believe in the devil. They don't believe in the fucking... And yeah, for some reason your chat is like 20 minutes behind. What the fuck? But it's not... When you respond to that... You know what I mean? Like, your response to me reading the late thing was pretty quick. Chat delay is stupid. Stupid. Yeah, stream latency is supposed to be low. I kept putting it at low. Didn't want to. It didn't want to do. It didn't want to do low. All right, didn't want to get low. All right.
that they can determine what is good and evil. That they can be their own standard of morality.
Nope. I didn't invent morality. I don't really think that anybody is claiming that they invented morality. So no, we don't have our own system of morality. No smart person would believe this. Period. No smart person would ever for a moment believe that simply because you lack a belief in something, it means that you have no moral framework. That's fucking stupid. Maybe I'm a little more tired and raw than normal, and willing to call something fucking stupid that I normally wouldn't, but that's fucking stupid.
And that's pretty bad. You see, the problem is, when you are an atheist...
It's either stupid or a grift. One of the two. It's either stupid or a grift. I try to give the benefit of the doubt, and I try to assume that the person isn't acting in an evil manner, that they don't intend to hurt anyone. So I usually go on the side of stupid, and that, you know, I hope that that allows me to extend some grace their way, to borrow a phrase. So it's either stupid or grifting, and one's objectively more evil than the other, but could be either. It's a toss-up. If you're making money from this, there's potential. Could be a grift. Are you selling supplements? Might be a grift.
Atheist, you believe ultimately the biggest issue with atheism is you don't believe in judgment.
Thank you for actually saying that you don't believe, because that's the first time you've said that in regards to atheism.
Of any kind. You don't believe that there is a judgment coming.
No, I mean, we believe in laws. And if you murder someone, you're going to get thrown in jail and probably be executed. I think most of us know that just, you know, laws exist. I mean, like, we spent thousands of years after we came together and formed civilization hammering all that out. And if you just assume that that doesn't exist for one group of people, then you're diminishing all the accomplishments that humankind has made since we got together and formed civilization. I think that's very ignorant. And it's a very depressing view of how indigenous and how resilient we are as a species. That sucks for you.
Whereby you will have to stand before your Creator and give an account of what you've done with your
Not if you don't believe in one.
life. That's a big problem.
Not if you don't believe in a creator. How are you missing the point this badly?
Because it leads to people that say, well, as long as I don't get caught, I guess it's...
Nope. It's not the cats are away sort of thing. It's that you just don't believe in God. It's as if you were to believe that your parents don't exist. That's not even a good equivalency. He's trying to use that as an equivalency. Whatever. I'll let him talk.
Not bad. I can make up my own opinions, my own feelings, and what...
Do you not do that normally? Do you get all your feelings from God? Do you get all your opinions from God? I don't even think that's what most Christians would claim. And it's some real beta male cuck shit, let me say. At the risk of making you sound like a hypocrite. That's some real beta cuck shit.
Whatever, and I'll never be judged for it. You know, and these are the same people that will get angry at a Christian and say, you're so judgmental. Stop judging.
Right. Do you ever think back to maybe what you were doing at the time?
Me and whatever. Why are you being worried, or why are you so worried about being judged? Because you're corrupt and abominable.
So, if a person walked up to you randomly on the street, and like let's say you're holding you're a woman and you're holding your girlfriend's hand, and someone randomly walks up to you and tries to convince, like just goes into some fucking diatribe about how Jesus loves you, and that person is just really, really passionate and like almost on the edge of tears because they're so passionate about wanting this person to go to heaven that they fucking terrify this couple. And it to me wouldn't be super surprising if either the person that you're talking to or the people around them would be a little incensed at how you seem to be imposing your beliefs on other people. Perhaps that might be why they get pissed off. Maybe it's not about the fact that you love God. Maybe it's the fact that you're a fucking weirdo and a creep.
That's why.
In my hypothetical. I want to clear that up. I'm not calling him a weirdo and a creep. I'm saying he would have been if he would have been in my hypothetical. But there's a big overlap in the Venn diagram between creeps and weirdos and Christians. I'm just saying. I don't want to put everyone under one umbrella. But the stats don't lie.
Atheist. Again, no absolute moral standards. Well, who's to say?
Right, because those change over time.
You with your standards and whatever, your Bible-thumping standards and things. Well, I have my standards. I can make up my own mind, you know?
You just claimed that that's what atheists can do. Oh, what? You guys think you can just have any feeling you want? Huh? Any uncomfortable feeling that you want? You know, like when your dad, like when you try to go to your dad and you tell him you're having these feelings and he says, no fucking son of mine's gonna be a goddamn fairy. And then he like shoves you into the closet. Kind of a good metaphor there. And then you're trapped in there. Wow, yeah, okay. Oh shit. And then he realizes something about himself.
No absolute moral standards. Well, we
Yep,
don't
those
need
change
the
over
Bible
time.
to define morality. Oh, well, yes, you do actually.
Nice. Nuh-uh.
Because
Good argument.
Scientific theory of evolution actually states that
Yeah, I don't know why you would put those in quotes, but yeah.
the fittest will survive.
No. It's a different thing that Darwin was talking about. Survival of the fittest is one of the many components, and most evolutionists or evolutionary biologists don't solely go by the works of Darwin. That was like a couple hundred years ago, as far as I know. So no, I mean, there have been many advancements in the field since then. And the collective of scientists who study these types of things know way better than that. Darwin himself didn't even know what the fuck DNA was. You think maybe that might create a little bit of a disparity in between, like between his findings and maybe more modern findings? Is that why y'all don't point to modern findings? Yeah. Oh.
And the
Shame.
death, and be it through murder or genocide or infanticide or euthanasia or any of them,
It doesn't substantiate your claim when you name a bunch of styles of death.
abortion, whatever else, that's all a good thing, according to atheism.
No. I don't know why anyone would say it's a good thing. It's just part of how the universe operates. Very simple, very easy concept to grasp. That's the way things are.
An evolutionary philosophy, it's all a wonderful, holy, and just thing for the religion of atheism. And it is a religion too, by the way.
Huh?
You see,
Nope. Well, a lot of people claim that. A lot of Christians claim that. I think that's a form of deflection. That's like their insecurity coming up. But no, atheism is not a religion. It's a state of being, state of mind. It's a way to identify yourself in terms of defining what religious group you belong to. However the fuck you want to explain it, it is not a religion. We don't go to church every Sunday. We don't adhere to one book. We don't believe in a creator. Like, that's, again, fucking stupid. So it's either stupid or scamming. And I don't just want to assume he's scamming, so I assume then I'm left with one option. One option only.
See, well, but what about what church people do and whatever else? Well, there's also religious atheism. There's a lot of people that are...
I love how he gave like a knowing smirk when he said that. I've never heard the term before.
Are in organized religion, be it Catholic or Protestant, or, you know, you get the cults like Islam and, you know, Buddhism and whatever.
You just called Buddhism a cult. Should anybody take this man seriously? I'm going to say no.
Or else. And they do all
Holy
sorts
fuck.
of evil as well. See, they don't believe in judgment either. Oh no, there's a Catholic priest.
So without the fear, as he put it, of getting caught, or without the fear of going to hell, you personally would not ever do a good thing in your life? I feel like this is more of a self-report than anything else, than a scouring of atheists from the internet as after he spoke these words. Certainly not making me run for the hills.
They'll talk about judgment. They'll talk about judgment, yeah, and then they go molest a child. No, it doesn't work
Is he talking about priests?
that way. You see, you can profess to believe in God, but in works you deny him. The Bible warns about that in the book of Titus, chapter 1.
Yeah, I mean, they're religious leaders. And this has been going on for decades at this point. So it's kind of hard to be like, oh, well, you know, that he was one of the outliers. Okay.
There's a lot of people
lot of
that
those.
profess that they know God, but they deny him in their works. They don't have a changed life. They don't have a life that resembles a first century Christian or a biblical Christian. Let me say it that way.
So slave ownership, child brides, etc.
When I say first century Christian, I mean the practices of Scripture. Not that you have to, you know, have a horse and walk around in sandals or something.
Yeah, I know, because that's the only book you've ever read.
Wearing a robe. That's not what I'm talking about. Please understand what I'm saying by that. But yeah, there's a lot of people that are religious and yet atheist. Lots of them. I've met quite a few of those over the years in my time of being in ministry.
So you're just saying different Christians. Christians that don't agree with you. Could be that they're more morally bankrupt, or it could be that they're better, but it's just, you just don't like Christians that don't agree with you, so you call them religious atheists. So is it insecure, or is it secure for someone to have to come up with all these names for people that he doesn't agree with or like, or that he's scared of, in order to make them seem less scary or dangerous? Is that alpha male behavior, or is that more of a beta cuck behavior? I'm only using the language that they would use against me, all right?
You know, evolutionary philosophy, I have another little thing written down here. Evolutionary philosophy brainwashes children and turns them into criminals.
Quite the claim. Let's see if he substantiates it.
Well, who cares? Who's to say that it's wrong to rob a bank? Who's to say it's wrong to rape? Who's to say it's wrong to murder somebody or carjack or do whatever else?
Right, again, if the only one keeping you from doing that is God, then you've got some bigger issues, my friend.
All the crime that's going on in this country right now is a result of atheism.
I'm gonna call bullshit. I mean, I'm just plain bullshit. I'm pretty sure the biggest demographic of violent killings in the U.S. is done by straight white men, usually Christian. I mean, and I don't think that you should go tit for tat in terms of how many atrocities atheists have committed versus how many atrocities Christianity has committed. I don't know if you want to do that. You're not going to be happy with the result. It's not a good avenue to go down. I just gotta, like, I gotta repeat that a few times. Jesus fucking. This fucking guy.
I'll tell you that. Every single one of them. You say, well, there was one, I can prove a case where because atheists, they'll do this, they'll say,
I can prove a case by telling you a story.
Well, yeah, let me just ignore the hundreds of thousands of stories over here, and if I can find one case of a church person that's out there and does something, then see, they're no different than atheism. Well, what about Catholics, the wars that Christian people have started and whatever? How about communistic atheists? Killed far more than any kind of organized religion ever in history.
I'm sorry? Communistic atheists? I'm thinking he's probably talking about the Nazis, I'm guessing. Or like other World War II powers? Who were atheists in World War II? Japan had Shinto. I believe Mussolini and Hitler were both Christians. Perhaps Mussolini was probably Catholic because that's dominant religion in Italy. What is a communistic atheist? I know that typing this into Google is going to return fuck all, but I have to type it in. What is a communistic atheist? Yeah, I know it's a communist atheist. Okay, let's ask, who were some prominent communist atheists? A good term to search. All right, let's see if he mentions any of these people, okay? So Mao Zedong, Yemilian Yaroslavsky. I said that exactly how you're supposed to. Khrushchev, yep. Stalin, Lenin, yeah. Okay. Cool.
But let's just go with this thing of, okay, we found a case where a Christian killed somebody in cold blood and they were, the murder.
Oh, you were just mentioning that there are communistic atheists. You didn't actually want to make a point out of that. Okay. Fair enough.
Or they did rape or they stole or whatever else.
You see, guys, you don't have to unnecessarily censor yourselves when you're doing YouTube videos. He doesn't. You don't have to.
Did they believe in God when they did that? No. You say, but the Catholic Church, they've murdered heretics down through the years. Yeah, Protestants, heretics like me. I don't think they murdered too many atheists.
The authors were evil. All gods are man-made. Captain Homer, despite, your chat history, I agree with you on this one.
Unless they needed to eliminate some of their competition. But okay, we found this case where organized religion killed, heretics or something like this. What about that? Okay, did they get their authority from the scriptures to do that? No, they didn't. You'll never find one place in the New Testament where the Lord says to his disciples, I want you to go out and kill people if they refuse to convert. If they teach heretical things and whatever else, then you take them and you burn them at the stake. Torture them first to see if you can get a recantation, but if you can't, then burn them at the stake. Perfectly fine, perfectly acceptable. You're not supposed to have any mercy for them. You'll never find that in the New Testament. So if you want to know what's wrong with this country, it's atheism. You say, well, that's nonsense. Atheism is a small movement. No, atheism is I'll say it this way. Atheism is a small movement of people that are actually dumb enough to profess that they don't believe in God. But there's a lot.
Does he not think that babies are born not believing in God? You don't believe a thing. I don't think you have a concept of belief when you're born. So you probably don't believe in God when you're born. I don't know. I don't remember being that young. I couldn't tell you definitively.
More intelligent people out there that actually profess that they believe in God, but in works they deny him, thereby joining your ranks as an atheist.
No, you don't get to just disavow people, the few people that you agree have done bad things, and then dismiss all of the other atrocities. You can't just pick and choose, man. And if you were going to pick and choose, wouldn't you try to just omit the parts of the Bible that are fucking evil instead of just demonizing atheists? He's calling other Christians atheists. Masterful level of ignorance.
Don't give us credit as Bible-believing Christians, King James Bible believers. That's my group.
Totally not a cult. Totally not a cult. Guys, I'm sorry. I forgot to wear my atheist shirt today.
Don't try to blame me for religious murderers and whatever else, because I can show you from the scriptures that they're wrong and that they're lost. They're not truly saved. I can show you that. Well, that's just your interpretation. No, it isn't just my interpretation. It's plain, rational, common sense. You read the New Testament, it doesn't say to go out and kill people. Here's people that claim to be religious and Christians, and they're going out and killing people. They're not Christians. You see how that works?
Yeah. It's almost like there are a bunch of contradictions in the book, and it's almost like anyone can use it to justify fucking any atrocity they want and still be considered good Christians in the eyes of God because they're fucking following the book. It feels so easy to understand the line of logic here, if I'm not actively trying to avoid it.
Easy if you're honest. But most atheists are not honest. They're liars. They're corrupt, abominable.
How can you determine whether or not someone who doesn't believe in something is being honest when they say they don't believe in something?
Wicked devils. And how do we get America back again? How do we make America a great place again?
You mean a Christian nation? I'm sure he does. I'm 100% sure he does.
And whatever else.
100%
How
sure
do we
he does.
lower crime? Stop teaching atheism. Get atheistic evolution out of the schools. It's been in there.
You think that somebody believing that a species adapts to fit its new environment, you think that someone believing that will lead to them committing crimes? That's insane. That's got to be one of the craziest things I've ever fucking heard in my entire lifetime. That is fucking insane.
Long enough. Look at the fruit that it's produced. Get back into the 1800s. I mean, atheistic evolution's a lot older.
Christianity is so much more restrictive than any other, than any other doctrine. I mean, not any other, but there's no, covering up the women entirely, but God wants you to be pretty strict about your routines and the way that you live and the things that you do, I would think that that's a little bit more restrictive and potentially stifling than just not having to adhere yourself to any set of predetermined rules. I mean, we all understand thou shalt not kill because it's a bad thing to do. It causes unnecessary suffering. It reduces our population, so it goes against the societal and survival imperatives. That's just science. Teehee. I gotta speed him up because he's just taking forever to get to the crux.
For the philosophers and whatever, but the mainstreaming of it, where you have it being taught to children that dinosaurs lived billions of years ago.
Again, telling kids that dinosaurs existed is not going to drive them into a life of crime, as you suggest. Legitimately, if you're just joining, welcome. You're looking at a man who is fully grown, a full-ass grown adult, who seems to think that letting kids know that dinosaurs existed is what has caused all the evil in this country. I am not mincing words. That is what this man believes. Also, hi, I'm Goose. Hey. Welcome. I hope you stick around.
Wow. Hey, we found a bone in the dirt, and we know what its skin looked like. We know what kind of things it ate by that, and we also know it made sounds or something. What's witchcraft? That's all it is, Ben.
What the fuck? I'm sorry, sir. What the fuck? Is everything okay? You go outside? I'll let the dog out. Okay. All right, let's get through this.
Things shaping, changing reality, and you call it science. It's not science. Atheism should be outlawed. Should be outlawed. People need to be taught about the judgment of God. And
What? Wait. So you're saying that? How would you enforce that? Would you just ask everybody, every single person, do you believe in God? And if they say like, well, I'm not really sure, you're like, okay, agnostic, okay. And if you say, oh, I don't particularly believe in God. What then? Death? Or reconditioning? Neither are very free.
they need to believe in the judgment of God. That's the way it is. Well, we're not going to do that. We just want to give people freedom to be mentally ill. Okay. Do you want people to be free,
I get it.
Mentally ill and free?
I get it. You're a transphobe. Well, there you go. We found it, folks. We found his thing. He's transphobic. Well, one hopes that one day he'll change his mind. It's really all we can do. You know? Have sympathy, have empathy, and just kind of hope they change their mind, you know? Well, I think that's as good a time as any to skedaddle off into the sunset. I've been Goose, and you've been watching my live stream. Today's Thursday, which means there will be no stream tomorrow. And we will be back Monday with more of the same streamy goodness. Thank you very much for stopping by. Have a good one.